Hey everybody, we are back. It's time for another day of UniVersus gameplay. We've got a pretty hectic top 8 gonna be starting here in a second soon. But before we get into it, as the players get set up, David and I are gonna break it down and talk to you about the decks that are in this bracket.
The biggest one that jumps out to me is just that we have 3 of the latest version of Mikasa. Mikasa, Ackerman, Hizaru's Hope. I want to say that we only had 3 for the entire event that registered, and all 3 got into top cuts.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy statistic, huh? Seeing all those, I mean, that's the biggest, I guess, a winner of this event so far in terms of characters, right? We had a bunch of Midoriyas, a bunch of Godzillas, is as we see, but she I think represented 4% of the environment, which at 75 players that makes sense. I think that is 3 characters,
Mhm.
or 3 players playing Mikasa, and 100% conversion into top cuts. And then for a top 8 out of 75 players is quite a bit, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's just the 2 Mikasa players in a yeah, on commentary talking about it.
Yeah, and then everybody else is there's no duplicates. We got one Rodan, one Deku, we got one Hanj, a Mitchell, and a Devil Jin. The only surprise here, I suppose, would just be that Hanj and Devil Jin made it despite being hit with pretty significant bans. Devil Jin with teaming with the Attack Titan, and Hanj with 9 Titans. And then the outlier character seems to be Mitch, but when you consider that it's also being played by Mitch, that's not too surprising um, for for him to be playing his own character card. Um, so pretty diverse, kind of the characters we would expect, but I guess in new forms. We're gonna have the Shri versus Tam here for our top 8. Devil Jin versus Mikasa. And I was looking through the lists, and I was pretty impressed with how the Devil Jin has replaced teaming with the Attack Titan. But any major surprises here in this top 8 for you?
I mean, it's I wasn't surprised to see Mitchell top because he's been practicing for like a long time. It feels like on his character again. But no, I think I had to double check to see which Hanji it was that made the top. It's Hanji one.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, Rodan makes sense. Deviljin and the Hanji making top 8 is pretty reassuring. It means that the characters got knocked down a peg, but we'll see. It seems like they're not quite as dominant as they were before the ban list.
Yeah, this might be a pretty quick top 8. Whenever we put on the latest Mikasa Hizaru's Hope on stream yesterday, those rounds went by
Yeah, very
pretty
quick.
darn fast. And all the Mikasas are spread out in the top 8 bracket, so we're not going to have any mirror matches here. And with Devil Jin also being such an aggressive character, I could see this being a very quick top 8. I don't think this will take long at all. Who do you think has the upper hand here in this matchup specifically? I think it's Devil Jin that's going first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I do think that the going first advantage is going to be a pretty big deal because static, like looking at their main decks, there's not a whole lot that these characters have for each other's defensively. There's not too many, tricks going on, right? The Mikasa deck is not playing any of the tools that you would need to deal with a a quick asset being brought in. It does have forcing surrenders, right, to kick a equipment heist out of the card pool. But we've seen that oftentimes Devil Jins will lead off with things like Vast Hybrid, Chimera Kraken to deal with threats like that. So I have to say it favors whoever's going to be going first, because Devil Jin doesn't have very much to do with Mikasa defensively, right? Maybe an aerial goblin bolt can be used as a block or something like that. But on the flip side, I don't think Mikasa has much to disrupt apart from the forcing surrender or a timely breaker 3. So we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah. Breaker 3 could come in pretty large. What I find so fascinating about the Devil Jin list is that it's really leaned into the camouflage counter kind of core game plan of
Hmm.
Devil Jin with adding in a lot of low attacks. And typically, when you think chaos low attack, you jump to walk the dog right away. But there's actually no walk the dog. Um, Instead, it's this really, really fun attack, hate fish, that says you get to double the next speed or damage bonus you give it. So if you say +8 damage with Devil Jin, this could be +16 damage. It doesn't matter that's the slowest move because this is the 4th low attack that you just played. And you can always be and your other non-low attacks that are in the deck, you can just add a camouflage counter to your card pool and make it a low. So almost feels kind of Mirio-esque in that sense. Although I have to imagine that Tam is ready for that and is going to know the block zones to hold.
Yeah, true. One of the things that's kind of fun about this specific matchup is that Mikasa will oftentimes be digging through the deck for specific block zones because they have so much draw on face, and so we're gonna be able to see exactly when Tam runs out of low blocks because they'll start hitting that button. and same for Devil Jin is gonna use because he can't use his ability offensively anymore. Defensively he's probably gonna be, did I have an aerial goblin bolt, can I block with it, and try to stop something, because that one does have a high, no, it has a mid block. Okay, so you will be able to use a goblin bolt regardless of where the string starts. But
Yeah, both these characters are pretty similar in their defense is that they're 35 health.
correct.
and
Yeah.
and both of these characters can also just present 50 plus damage on turn 2, no problem.
Yeah, assuming they get the right setup, a good build, and an aggressive hand, they certainly can put out a ton of damage. But once we get to game 2 and game 3, I do think our sideboards are filled with a bunch of stuff, not just filled with doubt, but a bunch of stuff that can disrupt our opponents, right? Runaways are available in Shri sideboard, as well as filled with doubts. And then in Tam sideboard, we've got those heroes upbringings, we've got Dark Ward, we've got fashion icons and Genkai's guidances that I think will probably be coming in. And so I think that the game could get a little slower from game 2 onward as they sideboard in their defense.
Yeah, I could see that. Mikasa, the Koenma's task, probably just immediately switches to Heroes Upbringing.
I think you might be right. Or you could see a really greedy play. you could maybe see 7 actions in a 5-hander by game 2 or 3. But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. Looks like they're going to be setting up. I don't understand this 5-card setup on Shree's side. But
it seems to have some sort of there's some sort of pattern going on.
Is this loss? I don't understand what's going on over here. But for the rest of the bracket, who do you think is favored between the not Mikasa matchup? Because on the other side of the bracket, we have Mikasa and Midoriya, which I do think favors Midoriya. Just because of the flash once he gets flipped over, the flash can be extremely disruptive. I think that the same goes for I think that it favors Mikasa between Mikasa and Rodan as well. But Mitchell and Hanji is not a matchup that I have any sort of thoughts about. Is that something that you could think of anything about?
No, I think that's a pretty true toss up. Hanj we saw that the Hanj was reliant on Titan pile to a much heavier extent than the 9 Titans version of Hanj. There's not much to for Mitchell to mess with the keywords on that one, on the keyword ratings. No, I think that one will be a pretty even toss up, and then the winner of this matchup will take on the winner of that matchup. We had 5 of these top 8 players on our stream yesterday throughout Swiss. If you missed them, I think the ones that we did not have were Kevin on Deku, Nathan James on Mikasa, and then Shri, as you see here, on Devil Jin. So looks like the players, they have sleeved up, they've shuffled up, and we're on our game 1. We're immediately building exam strategy, the best foundation that the Devil Jin list is going to have.
Yeah, the exam strategy starts getting absolutely insane later into a turn. Getting +5 or +6 is pretty good, but no other foundations, right? And seeing here Tam building 4 to Shri's 2, I will assume that Shri is probably going to go for a second build, which is gonna take a turn 2 out of the wheelhouse, so to speak. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's gonna go for it. Okay, yeah, he's going for it.
Yeah, well, if you draw an equipment heist, you got to go. You got to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you just get to dig for one more card, regardless of how it goes.
Yeah, discards the airship. If you're gonna try something on 2 foundations, that's a good one to build in with equipment.
That's certainly a good one to have in your discard pile. So what I've seen from the Devil Jins is that as soon as they check an attack, they add them to card pool. And because they want to get to 3 in the card pool as quickly as possible. Okay, seeing there, we checked the 3, added it to card pool with the Chimera Kraken. Gonna hit, I don't know, Weapon Clash is my vote here to slow down the Mikasa.
Yeah, that would be my choice as well. Don't let them build in that second foundation.
Okay, first thing we're gonna do is unfortunately add to the card pool. We're gonna see Tam probably hit that Weapon Clash button immediately. But we're at the 3 in card pool, so we're gonna start the equipment clash, equipment heist. Equipment heist. We're gonna start the heist.
Yeah, that was. I don't think that card is supposed to go off in your first attack.
No, definitely not. But Devil Jin is the guy to make it happen, right?
Yeah, so that airship that we had discarded from our hand, we can see it get built in right away here, or we could go and grab a massive mutant machine. It looks like we're going to be searching through our deck instead of our discard pile here.
So oftentimes I'll see them pick up a Cerritos first, but it looks like we're going straight for the mutant machine, saying, hey, you don't have any resets on board. I'm just going to start dumping damage onto this thing. Okay.
Yeah, and this means that on our next turn, we can have the mutant machines ready to, because you really want to pour them, I feel like, into your opener and make your opener as fast as possible. So it's nice to not have to wait.
What I've seen from some of these Devil Jins, I mean, before the nerf, obviously, but is they'll try to bank the mutant machines. Looks like I'm getting a little bit of lag here. Need to bear with us because they are across the ocean from us, but they'll bank those mutant machines for a huge attack later on in the string. If, and that's a big if, obviously, if they think their opponent can't deal with it, right? There's no reset, and on this board there is no reset, right? And there's no you've seen your opponent's deck list, you know that they don't have any barrier shields or anything like that from hand, and so that's what you guys, here's a hate fish, holy smokes.
Yep, and we had 3 attacks in our card pool, immediately changed into 1 attack in our card pool thanks to the camouflage counter, stacking the deck and assuring our next check, giving our next check effectively +2. And yeah, I think the easily the coolest attack in this Devil Jin list, Hate Fish coming in, a 1 low for 7 that doubles its next speed or damage bonus. So if we added, for example, 5/5 for mutant machines, now that could be like plus 10 speed. And it's not really a one speed attack. If we sense that they don't have the block, we can double our
Yeah.
damage from Devil Jin. Pretty cool, versatile card here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't have to have a judge snafu, because this has happened before in front of me where people think that it gets double the speed and damage from a single source, but it will double whatever the first thing is. So I hope we don't have to get to that point. But I will assume we're gonna double the damage from well, I guess it depends, right? If you think your opponent um has a block in hand, you could double the speed, and then that puts it to 11 speed. If your opponent couldn't block a 9 low for 11, they probably are not going to be able to block a 11 low for 12 or 15, I think, after the Devil Jin enhance. So we'll see what we're going to decide to do. It looks like we're adding to the card pool, and it hasn't used the Hate Fish enhance yet because we've only added 3 damage so far. Shri is deciding where to go from there.
I'm a little bit surprised that Tam didn't block the Kraken to avoid the camouflage counters assuring the next check, since
he might not have been able to.
Yeah, we could have blown up that foundation from Weapon Clash, though they got frozen by Kraken.
He I think
Or did he?
he did to draw cards.
Okay, then that makes sense. If you're digging for the block and you just didn't find it.
Yeah.
But if you didn't find I don't know if he changed the Kraken to a low, or if he sneakily kept it a high.
Okay, he did it correctly. Love to see it. So right now it's an 11 low for 15. And I don't think this is blockable, so Tam, I think, is at 22. The Chimera was for 13. Goes down to 7. Yeah, a camouflage counter on top of the deck.
It just doesn't feel fair that it's been two attacks and Tam is at 7 health. Like,
if he has a second Hate
Fish, supposed
Fish,
to be a lot.
Goblin Bolt on a 5, checks a 4.
Okay, we cannot. Yeah, well, we knew we were going to check that.
So I could see tapping Devil Jin, keeping Exam Strategy up for the speed, because it's either 4 damage, which at this point the mutant machine you grab is going to make it happen. Yeah, that's where we're going for it.
Yeah, grab another mutant machine, use Exam. That's plus 8 speed.
Yeah, but the thing here is that I think Goblin Bolt is a high. Correct me if I'm wrong, or is it another low attack?
It is.
Yeah, it's a
high.
So this is feasibly blockable. No, printed. Goblin Bolt is a 3 speed for 3. It's gonna
we
get.
have to make the choice. Is the zone change more valuable, or is the speed change?
I think, and he's definitely said
valuable?
speed, so it's gonna get to 11. It's also gonna get to 11 speed with Exam Strategy. Yeah, I think we might see a turn 2
on 2 foundations.
On 2 foundations, yeah.
Checking a 3 on our opening attack.
Technically check the 3 on every single one of these because the camouflage counters went on top of the deck. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 11 high, 11. There it is. Catch. Okay, blocking on a 12. No, sir, we did not get there. Okay, well, there's a quick one for our game 1.
Yeah, we said it was probably gonna be a quick
wow.
top
His
8.
hand, and Tam's hand was definitely set up for a turn 2 as well. He had 2 focused gravity beams and 2 Teharas in hand. Wow.
Yeah, I'm glad we fixed Devil Jin by making him defensive only, and offensive only on his enhance, and getting rid of teaming with the attack titan.
Yeah.
Devil Jin was one of those characters where when he was first revealed, I thought he was, I'm going to be honest, I thought he was bad. I thought he was terrible, because he reads so funky. It was
It's
like we're a five-hander clogging our own card pool. We only get to get out of the three check once. I wasn't seeing the vision and just surviving through multiple bans and erratas.
yeah. So it's funny because it took he's as good as whatever the best thing you can stuff into the card pool is most of the time, and
Mhm.
until we hit the equipment heist, right? And we've seen like characters who are like Devil Jin, who are like Hawks, right? Who actively want to get a bunch of attacks in their card pool, use the card pretty well. The difference between Hawks and Devil Jin is Hawks skews defensive and Devil Jin skews incredibly offensive, right? And there are two ways to remove your opponent from the equation. And the more efficient one is to just remove them entirely from the equation through aggression, right? Um, and so that's why I think we've seen Devil Jin see more success here. And the thing is, the removal of Attack Titan, a teaming with the Attack Titan, is definitely makes the craziest of turn twos and turn threes less viable, but they're certainly capable of it, as you saw from last game. I mean, sending a 9 low for 13 into an 11 low for 15 into an 11 low 11 or 11 high 11, right? It's like not what a lot of decks can deal with on turn two. Um, but I mean that's why Rodan won our last event, when
Mhm.
even with teaming with the Attack Titan was legal, is just because the capacity to be able to block something like an 11 speed move on turn two makes for a pretty the only defense you got into something like that. And these decks do some similar things, in that they're trying to kill you early, but the way they go about it is a little different, because Devil Jin attacking you probably 3 times before they can't attack anymore. Mikasa attacking you like 9 times, just attacking your hand size as opposed to your life total, directly, if that makes
Yeah, yeah.
sense.
Mikasa's testing the number of hands. I mean, and the number of cards that you have in your hand, and then number of blocks that you can put out, and what kind of disruption pieces did you put in your deck. Devil Jin also disruption pieces can work, but he's taxing. Do you have resets?
Yeah, the biggest thing is finding a reset, right? And they, as we saw last game, right? He's oftentimes going to open with a Chimera Kraken, so you oftentimes have to have two board
Mhm.
pieces before you can, reasonably be able to interact, which is frustrating for me in this format. Is the plethora of options to be able to seal or commit or deal with something on a defensive player's board. But that's the reality of the game, is that you need to be able to, you need to have ways to deal with your opponent's defensive options, but you also need enough defensive options to be able to fight through the amount of Tim Keefing that people are able to do. But like I was talking about before the game started, right? I thought the first player's advantage was going to be really important. I thought that the game was going to be explosive, and I think that games 2 and 3 are going to be a little slower, just because we've added in a bunch of interaction now.
Yeah, did Tam side in? We did.
Yes, yes,
Surely we
definitely
did.
did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I think Shri did as well. He just took 2 pile shuffles after the board.
Yeah, I guess for Shree's side, the runaway makes sense, or the filled with doubts to keep from clearing. I'm just not sure that like on I mean, we just saw that crazy aggressive opening line. I always worry about taking out consistency pieces in an aggro deck and
Mm.
putting in defensive pieces, because it, sometimes I feel like it's better just for the aggro deck to stay aggro than to try to play like it's defensive. But going second, you know that you're going to have to survive at least one turn.
Yeah, and Tam here you can see did get some interaction. So even with the Chimera Kraken, we're gonna have 2 things that Divulsion's gonna need to fight through: a forcing surrender, gonna be able to remove the equipment heist from the card pool, and then Moment of Rest is going to be something to, reset one of those giant speed giant attacks. And so, as Devil Jin, you have to fight through those or deal with them somehow.
Yeah, now he plays his own moment and he says, you've got it normal art, I've got the alt art, and I've got the
That's
alt art
true.
horrifying realization. um, Unfortunately, no XRs for the Attack on Titan sets. So
Yeah, the
normal.
worst part of those sets, no XRs. No idea what this card is, but I assume it's a 1 or a 5. Okay, it looks like it's Inspiring Song.
Yeah, that's a very, very solid build here. We can be a 6-hander on our next turn thanks to short-lived promotion. But
Okay.
Focus Gravity Beam coming out early on Tam's side is going to be able to remove itself.
Yeah, we're gonna see if Tam tries to do anything insane this turn. With only 3 foundations, I don't know how viably we were gonna be able to deal 35, but I've seen less. Wow, no
Yeah,
Botans. No, you didn't even use the Botans. Said, I
and
want that last card in your hand more than I want to dig one more card. Holy smokes.
yeah, unlike like for Devil Jin, we saw a turn 2 kill on only 2 foundations, but it's a little bit harder for Mikasa to do that on few foundations because Mikasa's depending on blowing them up to continue the draw. And in order to chew through 35 health of Devil Jin, we're going to need a 7+ attack string.
Yeah, and so we didn't even use Focus Gravity Beams Enhanced to remove it from the card pool, so that tells me that we're going to be, attacking. We're not going to be attacking anymore. So it's, you see here, we're just going to do a build, we're going to get a momentum, and we're going to pass it back to Shri with that Forcing Surrender and with that Moment of Rest available on the board. On Shri's side of the table, we see we're going to use that, oh goodness gracious, the +1 hands, a short-lived promotion, which is a card I think was slept on for a while, man. I love that little card.
Yeah, it's that when you think of flip to draw a card, that's a 1 difficulty kind of foundation typically. But the short-lived promotion, like the earlier you draw your card in the turn, the more powerful it is. And so to draw it before you've even played anything gives it that extra value.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so we're responding here, and what did I just miss? Something that kicked it out of the card pool.
Did he just check poorly on it and choose to fail it?
Maybe. It looks like that's what happened. Oh, okay, yeah. So we saw Shri attempted to play the move, and Tam responded with Fighting for Control. So Shri gonna be building. Add in the camouflage counter to draw a card, and then build afterwards. I mean, that's about as efficient as it can get for Fighting for Control.
Yeah, I mean, that equipment heist is basically what killed Tam in that game 1.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. If that hadn't come down on turn 2, none of those crazy stats happen.
Okay, 2 equipment heists gone. Oh, when he had a Quenma. Can Quenma cancel the enhance?
It can cancel the form, right? Or not the form.
Yeah, you can cancel one of those digs with the Quenma.
It's just that it doesn't stop it for the whole turn.
Yeah. It doesn't discard from the card pool or nothing like that. Which, funnily enough, Showdown used to do. The original wording on, am I wrong here? Yeah. Showdown's original verbiage was, after your opponent plays an ability on an action, discard it and cancel its effects. But here we go, starting with Anchor Toss. What a twist. Oh, Goblin Bolt. So Goblin Bolt can't cancel the response on the anchor toss, but it can cancel something like the focused gravity beam and the dual needle lunge. So that is going to be something to worry about here, right? So, and I assume that's what's going to happen here is Tam is going to try to remove this from the card pool, and Shri is going to just say, nope. Oh, but we're removing Koenmas. That means there's a Koenmas in this card pile and a Koenmas in removed. So if we have it, if we have the third one already, we could see maybe all of the equipment heists removed from the deck.
Well, two of them are at least protected being in the discard pile. But I say protected. If you make Double Jin have to cycle to go grab them again, that would be.
Yeah, I think that would give you some breathing room for sure.
And on Tam's side, I guess you just count for whatever attack you have the most of left in your deck, but grabbing all your Luna to Harris or all your anchor tosses seems pretty good.
It as it, you definitely go for your fourth Koenmas, and then you have knowledge at that point. You get to remove two things from your opponent's deck, and then you don't have to count. You can just count what's in your deck after the first Koenmas. So yeah, there's a Koenmas in the discard pile, one in the root from game pile, and we did some amount of counting there. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and the Goblin Bolt got flipped, assuming to cancel the clear.
Yeah, 2 Inspiring Songs, it functions as breaker 2 here, with only 4 foundations and 1 in card pool. And I assume Tam doesn't have the third Koenmas, because I feel like that would be a windmill slam if I ever saw one.
Yeah, he's going to get the opportunity to dig for one, but how?
Oh, he has it. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would have windmill slammed it. I would have gotten so excited. Okay, so yeah, you can name Koenmas again, which means he's going to be able to go through his deck for Koenmas. He's probably going to name, an attack, or I mean, in my opinion, it would be the equipment heist, because you want to remove Shri's ability to, get that Yahtzee. But he might name an attack.
I think you're right on equipment heist. That Koenmas task synergy with focused gravity beam of not even having to. Oh, he's naming Chimera Kraken. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he said there's 4 of those in the deck, so maybe he's going to attack the attacks. Yeah, I mean,
they're all chrome.
Wow. Yeah, Shri not afraid to flex. I wonder if they're double sleeves, huh?
You just get to do one if something happens to one.
Yeah, the humble the humble $55 Mikasa deck against the Giga Chad $3,000 Devil Jin.
Yeah, this Koenmas task
just deleted $2,000.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a game-winning move right here.
Yeah, I mean,
and I said I would have sided him out. What do I know?
I mean, how often do you see a turn 3 Koenmas task? You have to be incredibly lucky. Okay, so he's seeing which attacks he has in the deck. And keep in mind, we are still going to be playing on 5s. Okay, all right, yeah. You can do it, Tam. I believe in you. You can shuffle your deck.
What did we grab?
He grabbed Koenmas.
And now he's gonna. I guess the judge is telling him to.
No. He was just deciding what he was going through his deck and deciding what to grab with the second Koenmas. So checks it. This time we're gonna name.
Oh, I didn't realize that a check still need that you'd have to play the next Koenmas. You do have to shuffle up for it. It just feels a little bit tedious.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the nature of the card because you do need to randomize the check. So he's deciding. Maybe he forgot what was in his opponent's deck.
Maybe we're pausing for a judge call. I don't think that Shri's deck was ever reshuffled up after Tam searched it.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You don't need to until after the second Quemmas. So he has to name it before searching. So yeah, we're getting rid of the equipment heist. Or no, the massive mutant machines. Interesting. I guess that's another way to do it, right? If you um so one of them is in the art, so it will be available if Shri finds it. But yeah, this is an incredibly effective uh uh opener for us. Oh wow. Gonna have four dual needles.
Dual needles is interesting here though because we can't remove the focus gravity beam. I mean, if we played these
Yeah,
this turn, they would all be on 6s.
I assume that he's going to be building for the follow up.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just keep all go into your next turn with 4 dual needle lunges. They're all low
Oh,
blocks as well.
wow. On
Or
it.
we're just
So
gonna
we removed 4 attacks from the deck, but there's other ones still exist, you know? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I could see Tam die because of this. I mean, if you're going to go for something like this, maybe it was a Terrace instead. Maybe he just has a bunch of Terrace in hand. Oh yeah, it looks like he has a bunch of Terrace in hand anyway. So this might be just, play as many of the dual needles before you start doing the Terrace, because right now the count is 2. Um,
Yeah, it
so
just feels you can't guarantee another dual needle. So if you played another dual needle and checked a 3, I mean, it would
I think
feel
you
like
get
you went
over. Let me show 3 dual needles.
+9 damage.
Oh man, could you imagine? Show any number of cards from hand. That would be like a once per turn, I think. Okay, all right, let's see what he goes for. Is it going to be a second dual needle lunge to try to make that to Harris on 4s?
Yeah, that
Okay, no, just going to be building. Huh.
makes sense to me. We know that we have low blocks in hand now for the camouflage counters. And those hate fishes, they're base 1 speed. We took out all the mutant machines. They're going to stay base 1 speed unless we put in like an exam strategy or
Well, there
something.
there is, I think, one mutant machine left in the discard pile. I'm going to
Okay. Okay.
double
So you can
check
still
how
grab
many
that
we
one.
play. Shri plays 3 mutant machines. So there's one available if he somehow finds the equipment heist plus the number of attacks he needs. And it looks like he did draw it. And forcing surrender is not available. So this is going to
Access
stay in the card
group.
pool. And all 4 Koemas are gone. So he's going to be able to get that mutant machine. Now, without the without the number of mutant machines that he had in game 1, that explosive turn is certainly not going to be available, but we do have an exam strategy on board, you know. No Chimera Krakens to deal with this moment of rest though, so I think that Tam is going to be able to, survive, assuming he's got the right block zones, which we know he's got three lows in hand at the moment. So here comes the camouflage counter.
Yeah, this makes sense. I wonder if not hitting the equipment heists is gonna come back to bite Tam or not.
Yeah, I think he was valuing the maybe he said I have a forcing surrender, but he ended up, tapping that one last turn. But yeah, we'll see.
Camouflage counter cannot stack itself. Only the one that's put in by Devil Jin can
Yeah, you can get
respond here.
a second one.
We have the Dreaming About Fighting, I think it is, a Mutant Ninja Turtles Foundation that says form flip, name a card type. If it's that card type, you get to play it.
Okay, so you can
stack the camo and then name attack and grab the camo.
do an Asui 4 impression. Yeah, I mean, so I'll assume that this is a 2 low 6 right now. Do you block it and force Shri to have another attack in hand? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think I would block it.
Oh, takes it.
Well, yeah, and I think we're going to see that form flip here and say, okay, we can play it at some point this turn. How did he guess right? Just so lucky over
Crazy.
here.
Yeah, wow. The rich get richer. Okay, gonna go for the second camouflage counter. And I guess maybe the idea is to, well, there's all of the equipment heists gone. Maybe the idea is to block the second one, because then Devil Jin is on, more cards in card pool at that point. But we're
Yeah,
gonna
it's gonna-
see Shri get to 3 attacks.
yeah, and with the horrifying that gets to re-ready and Shri's stage is pretty healthy, it's going to be difficult to, I don't know, make progressive the reason.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So there's the sideboarded hero's upbringing. Um, has Devil Jin used his ability? Is it 3 times or 2 times? I guess it's 2. Same ability on the card for
Yeah,
second or
2
greater
times.
time this turn, seal their character. This means Devil Jin is not going to be able to respond to
A 3 check.
a 3 check. Yeah, so we are, if this gets blocked, we are on triple progressive. Not that we can't pass that check, right? We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foundations up, but it does mean that the damage is just not going to be there for Devil Jin, right? So this is it. The 2 low 6 into a 2 low 7 is going to be the most the Devil Jin can put out for this turn. Apart from, I think there's a single exam strategy on the board.
Yeah, Devil Jin can still do a little bit of damage, but at this point, we know that Tam's hand is the ultimate sculpted hand of
Yeah,
dual needle lunges and lunas, and that
resetting the
there's not
damage.
going to be, there's almost certainly no lethal line here with the hero's upbringing. Devil Jin
Yeah,
is very, very dependent on um, adding the massive amount of damage.
yeah, and Tam just saying I'm not blocking, so he doesn't care about the camouflage counters being put on top of the deck.
That's interesting because horrifying realization is another way to just grab that camo counter and keep
That
playing
is where
them.
my head's at too. Yeah, I would have wanted the block, but he's saying, hey, without Devil Jin, you're not going to be able to go quite as deeply as I think you want to. But I could see Tam die even through all of this interaction. There is an exam strategy on board. If you just go like, here's a 4 damage move, here's a 4 damage move.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by the no block there. We're not letting Devil Jin respond to the 3 check, and we know that we have the low block in hand. I suppose it was Mutant Machine. Mutant Machines got added on, and it probably wasn't blockable.
Well, so he used Moment of Rest to reset it. He could have resetted speed instead of damage.
Oh, I see.
Is where my head's at. I mean, I guess with the dual needle being a 3+ low block modifier, you could feasibly block it or feasibly fail it. So I could understand not wanting to risk it. If you had failed the check to block it, the game is certainly losable there. But we had plus to the check from an inspiring song. Is that what was going on there?
From the camo counters.
Oh, camo. Okay, yeah.
Let's see. So we still have our inspiring songs. I mean, that's our only Mutant Machine that we're going to be able to build, which is the good news for Tam. And I don't think that there's a way to ready it. There's no pristine source play in this list.
So, but we do have an airship available, right? And so that means that, so this one's going to do 4, probably, putting Tam to 18. Next one puts him to 14. And then we have to see if maybe there's a hate fish plus exam strategy. I think would
Yeah, that would make sense as the finisher.
That would be the winning line.
But like you were saying earlier, hate fish doesn't get to respond to the damage on exam strategy, which is what Shri would want.
True, but at that point it would be big enough on its own where the +4/+4 would, getting to 11 damage, right? If we can attack enough times. Gonna attempt the block. If we can make this, it's a huge deal. Wow. Yeah, that might be enough. blah. Okay, so here is the
Tentacle grasp.
humble tentacle grasp. Holy moly.
What do you think the because this was a sideboard card? What do you think the thinking was of bringing this from the side to the main board?
It might have just been that it's a throw, right? Just getting more 3 difficulty throws in there. Or 3 difficulty attacks, and it's a throw because you know that Mikasa is going to be able to block, so you want your hit triggers to go off. Unless camouflage counter doesn't react to a throw. Let me go
Should.
double.
I think it does.
Yeah, after your attack resolves, sorry. After another attack deals damage, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a throw or not. So it might just be, respecting Tam's capacity to, full block things, or maybe just wanted more attacks.
I think the tentacle grasp is pretty cool in Devil Jin, that you get to throw your opponent, once they see it, they have to be thinking about it, because you can slam all the damage in the world on it, and if they don't have throw hate, they can't do anything about it. So maybe Superfly Stomp was cited out. I haven't seen a Superfly Stomp yet this game for it.
Yeah, I mean, so we're gonna see if Shri decides to pick up one of these camouflage counters, or yeah, it looks like he's gonna pick up the camouflage counter and then use the other one on hit, assuming there's no throw hate in Tam's deck, which I don't think there is. But timely, oh wow. So if we make this check, breaker 3.
Yeah, that 5 check is gonna was absolutely essential here. Breaker 3 cannot respond with Devil Jin for the 3 if we check a 3. We didn't use inspiring songs for our next check. We're probably wishing that we had now.
Yeah, it certainly, he might have been saving it for, deeper into the string. But camouflage is going to leave the card pool, because this one did do damage. Shri's making a decision. Oh, he's passing turn.
That's just the end of it.
Wow. Huh. That, of all the ways for that turn to end, that was not one of them.
You were saying that timely counterattack, basically the core piece of the Mikasa deck. It's 3 damage on offense. It's breaker 3 on defense. You can kind of control your foundations to get the bonus stats on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the only card that I think is consistent across every single Mikasa list. Is timely counterattack, and then focus gravity beam, I think, is the next big one. But okay, going to be adding one of those dual needles back to hand to do some loop-de-looping. Draw 2 cards. Whoa, look at that, a dual needle lunge.
What is the momentum out here on this Mikasa deck? Is it just the EX2 on dual needle lunge?
Yeah, there's EX on dual needle lunge. There's powerful on focused gravity beam, and I guess deadlock powerful on Luna Tejeras.
Okay, I did not realize that there was powerful on focused gravity beam.
Yeah, that card just has all sorts of words on it, dude. It's just got all of the words. Powerful 3, stun 1, ranged, 1 low 4, 1 high block. It does it all. It's just, not good in any other deck.
Yeah, you have to exhaust all their other resources before you throw powerful on your.
Oh, sure. But if you're trying to do some of that looping,
yeah.
It's not a terrible idea to just, full send. And because you're attacking so many times, the 1 speed ends up, being kind of a catch-22. Does your opponent early block? I love that card as an opener. I think it's a very strong opener.
Yeah, and for anyone just joining us, since we are in the morning hours here in the U.S., Tam did not just get lucky and rip a hot hand. We had a Koenma's task happen the previous turn, and so all of these dual needle lunges were brought from the deck into the hand. And so momentum is going to be crazy here in just a little bit.
So interesting. Driven by Retribution is just got discarded. That's a card that I totally missed. I mean, not that
Mhm.
we got it out, but that's a card that could certainly disrupt Mikasa, because a lot of the cards discard after resolution, and Driven by Retribution does its thing during the damage step. So there you go for the folks at home. That's a good one to sideboard or mainboard, as
Yeah,
is the
I
case
assume
with
if it
Shriek.
got discarded, we would have liked to have built it, but maybe if that was our only foundation hand, the Breaker 3 came in.
Yeah, the Breaker 3 certainly disrupted our turn. So we're gonna have -2 to Tam's next check to play a card. Gonna be using EX2 twice for 4 speed. It's a 9 high for 8 at the moment. 7 high. Yeah, okay, somebody made it 9, but it was only +4 speed.
So yeah, the other having Shriek's turn end early there with us at 20 health was pretty essential, because if we had gone down to sub 5 health, these dual needle lunges would not be nearly as good.
For certain. Yeah, yeah. Sri is quite low after the first string. Whittled him down to, I think, 13. Oh, the life counter's in the corner of the screen, you silly goose. It
Yeah,
is
I
indeed
don't
13.
see I personally don't see any chance of Devil Jin living this turn.
Well, so if we attempt the another dual needle and we check out 3, we'd have to tap 4 foundations. And so from there, if you continue to check poorly, you could see Mikasa's turn ending. But I do think that the amount of attacks that have been removed from the deck makes it very unlikely we're going to be checking poorly for this turn. It can still happen. There is a world where Tam just, checks so abysmally that he has to pass the turn back. And if that's the case, 14 is definitely doable, even with just one mutant machine.
Oh, and Tam just keeps. I mean, Tam has to win here, because every dual needle lunge is going to be 3 more life.
Correct. Yeah. He's gone from 20 to 14 over, 2 attacks. Okay, gonna take it, go to 5. Dual needle leaves the card pool. And so now we're gonna see if Tam plays a 3 difficulty, maybe. 2 things have left the card pool. So Teharis is functionally a 4 difficulty. It just depends on what, that's why we see him in the tank here, is because he has -2 to his check from the inspiring songs. And so, yeah, there we go. Teharis is going to be played on a 4 because it's going to be lethal on partial.
Yeah, and he checks a 3, commits 1, and this likely is just it. I guess there's moment of normalcy here to reset it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we didn't use it in the previous move.
So we can survive at 1.
Yeah. So going to be showing you 3 damage, putting it to 10. That's going to force the moment of normalcy. But I wouldn't be just surprised with the amount of cards that Tam has been drawing to see a second Teharis to win the game.
Yeah, let's see. Here comes the moment of normalcy. Take it down to 7. It's going to be an easy block, but we already saw the dual needle lunge in hand. There's no way to fail the dual needle lunge.
Yeah, he's also got to block it.
Motions.
Right. But David, what if he's run out of attacks? Okay, take your 4, sir. Dual needle lunge again on a 6. Okay, yeah, all right. That's the end of game 2. Okay. Kind of seeing not entirely my vision. I didn't see a turn 3 Koenmas in the works here, but enough interaction from Tam to be able to disrupt the Devil Jin turn 2, and for Shree's part, attempting to get a win together through it. I think that the only thing I would have changed was hitting the equipment heists over the mutant machines, because I'd rather attack the source of the build than the actual thing that you'd like to build.
Yeah, that was just a total, like, a showcase of actions there for Tam. Both of them. The Koenmas won. I felt the Koenmas definitely felt like the game winner, but it was also Hero's upbringing completely shut shutting down Devil Jin's turn.
Mm-hmm.
And so the combination of the Hero's Upbringing and the Konomas together tilted the course of that game. I'd be interested to see what Tam is thinking here of changing, since he's going second now. Choosing to keep all 4 Konomas plus the 3 Heroes Upbringings, that's a pretty dense action ratio for a 5-hander. That can lead to some clogged opening hands. But going second, you get the selective mulligan, so that shouldn't be
Yeah,
too
it was more risky going first than it was going second because of the mulligan rules. But I agree. I agree. I think that keeping it all in, it won you the second game. You're going second, so you have to be a little more defensive than you were the previous 2 games. And it's game 3. I feel like you just gotta, stick by what worked. That one took a while though.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though it was that wasn't like a turn 6 game. They both play so many attacks
Mm-hmm.
that
A lot of enhanced
so
steps.
long.
Man, if my opponent pile shuffled in front of me between every game, I think I would have a conniption. Not to mention pile shuffling twice.
I get really, if I don't do a pile shuffle, but I get really superstitious that everything clogs together, because after you play a game, all of your foundations are naturally going to be in one place since they were in your stage. All of your attacks, kind of go to one. Your other cards have a higher, denser ratio of attacks because your foundations, if you got 15 foundations or something. I get it. It's top cuts. He has time to shuffle, but
that's what shuffling's for, David. It's to randomize your deck. I get where you're coming from. It's just funny to see him pile it up twice. I wonder if the second pile shuffle was because he had a second thought about maybe he sideboarded something in after his first pile shuffle. But maybe I'm wrong.
I can see that.
Oh no, we're going for it again. Okay. No? Oh bless, he's drawing 5. Okay, here we go. 2 5-handers, by the way.
Yeah, 2 very, very fake 5-handers. We saw a lot of the the horrifying realization and the dreaming about fighting, really adding a lot of consistency to Devil Jin. It felt like Camouflage Counter has been the engine of the deck, at least attack wise. Of course, Equipment Heist is what brings the crazy high ceiling to Devil Jin, but the Camouflage Counter has felt like the main character on the attack lineup.
Yeah, I mean it's like you said, right? But on his face, Devil Jin is nothing to write home about. It's the fact that he can add in things like Camouflage Counter and Aerial Goblin Bolt, right? I mean, Aerial Goblin Bolt is what earned him his Zerata, because being able to shove in a cancel on every single attack your opponent's playing is, turns out not fun. But the Equipment Heist just synergizes with him so well, above and beyond every other option in the format, because he is actively adding attacks to the card pool, and so his face is not good. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's not a good ability unless there are, the options we see in the format that don't need to be played as attacks, right? The attacks are piddly, right? 4 damage, 3 damage, but Devil Jin makes up for that by putting a massive mutant machine amount of damage onto them.
Yeah, and that's why you don't need like a walk the dog. Damage never feels like the issue.
Yep.
For Devil Jin. A really good build, by the way, for Tam here. Double Weapon Clash. We can get the 6 foundations going into our turn 2.
And a Fashion Icon. Yeah. Fashion Icon's a card that I think gets slept on too. Death has, a ton of speed and damage interaction, but people tend to lean into that damage. The damage side not going to be a turn 2 from Shri. You're gonna, and I like that he didn't poke either. Well, there's always cool, but Fashion Icon is the one from Best Genius Kit that I felt like I was taking crazy pills. I was like, this card's nuts. Imagine your opponent has a hate fish in their card pool, and you can reset their, I don't know what the fastest card in our deck is, but it's very good into this deck because a lot of those small difficulty attacks have 1 and 2 speed. And a lot of decks have that where they're opening with something slow and then ending the game with something fast. But yeah, always cool was the one that ended up being like a $5 to $10 rare, and Fashion Icon was this little common that nobody was putting in their decks. And I was just like, man, I just think this one's really good, and it has a really sick looking promo.
Yeah. I think that I don't know if Shri purposely took the build turn or if they just drew into the foundations, but really, really good play in my opinion, because you're now built up to a very nice stage to where you can go crazy on your next turn, and you kept Tam from getting to 6
Double weapon
foundation.
clash. Yeah. I think so too. You don't want to poke into double weapon clash without an answer to it, or unless you're killing them. But yeah, I mean, this does mean that Tam's going to have draw 4 available, right? Without having to tap foundations or destroy any untapped foundations.
Yeah, it might work out the same either way, but at least they weren't ready going into the turn.
Well, it means that they are not going to be used to pass checks. I saw a Tahira's draw, and I think it was another focus gravity beam.
Yeah, that would be a pretty nuts turn 2. Driven by retribution, though, like you said, could be a game changer here.
Huge. I mean, we're gonna likely see it be used here because it can remove the gravity beam on the damage step, because the enhance says to remove it after it resolves, and it also hits the only interaction that Tam has on his board. So this is where I think that Tam is, he's feeling not having drawn an arrogant fighter. And he did get a scout too to potentially grab. Oh, he did. Hang on. Did he check it, or is that what he destroyed?
I think that was what was destroyed. I think that was the face down, but you can't respond
face
to
down.
a fighter face down.
See, and that's why I play Loss of Consciousness. Imagine if that was what we grabbed with the a weapon clash.
Yeah, you pay the price for it to be a spam foundation.
Okay, and so there we go. We're gonna see the focus gravity beam removed. It did what he wanted it to do, but Fashion Icon's in the card pool.
Yeah, now playing that dual needle lunge is pretty risky, so we're opting to go with another focus gravity instead, which is going to make that Luna Tahira's pretty low. But with the Fashion Icon in our card pool, and 3 ready foundations, it's probably going to be hard to count to 35.
If he gets another card that can leave card pool, the Tahira's are going to be 3 difficulties. So the dual needle, I don't think is going to get played. I think it's going to, if we have another card that can leave card pool, it will be a anchor toss, which would be on a 5 as well. But after that point, the Tahira's would be on 4, 5s, and 6. So I could see Shri die here.
I think those inspiring songs might, we're choosing to commit it.
Yeah, gotta contest that. You had exam strategy ready. I think you might need those inspiring songs for later. Gonna be removing here for Tam, I assume, and if you're removing your speed or damage reset, you gotta assume he's gonna be trying to kill. Yeah, Devilgen taking 14 off rip.
Yeah, that should be like a
alarm bell.
Going off for Devilgen when
third
get rid
focus.
Of Desperate Struggle.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you gotta be. And so the thing is here, right? Why not the exam strategy?
Yeah, I don't understand not using them. They could have both been used on the last one,
and I think that could be what wins this game.
Yeah, because if we had used both inspiring songs going into this focus gravity beam, even if we check a 5, we checked a 3, we're only on 1 ready foundation.
Yeah. Stun, another keyword stapled onto focus gravity beam, by the way. I I'm a little flabbergasted. So yeah, I think that will happen. I think I saw 2 Tejaris in hand, so I think that that's going to be the follow up. Is just here's a 107 into a 107 into a 107, and Tejaris on 4, 5, and maybe 6 if we found the third one.
Yeah, and Tejaris still works with the driven by retribution. You know, it still gets the minus difficulty from driven
Yes,
kicking the card.
yes, because it did leave the card pool. Wow. I mean, that's a pretty good sign if you want to think of it, right? Your opponent taking 21 before you've. Okay, wow,
This
this
is
is
going
a
to be the one.
huge check. Okay, yeah, makes the check to play the dual needle lunge. Wow.
Yeah, that felt like the check that really mattered.
Mm-hmm. Well, because this means that the Teharises are going to be on.
And that's
3,
again
4,
that
5.
just shows us also that Tam is not playing for another turn at all.
Yeah, he's just going to be digging for Teharises.
Yeah, you would have not in no world play your low block on a 6 that ends your turn on a 3 check if you cared about the future.
3 high 8. Not blocking this would put us down to 6. Botans.
Yeah, that's another, I don't want to keep harping on it. Sorry, my voice is going out on me. But had we used those inspiring songs going into the dual needle lunge, because Tam was showing the dual needle lunge. So,
He's got another one in hand. Do you think he's going to go for another one?
Too risky. It's too risky. This is only going to be, this is a full block, but checking a 3.
Checks a 4, 5, 6. Now we're completely tapped out. Drew a card.
Yeah, what does Tam have to do? Oh,
anchor toss on a 5.
This should mean that he's totally safe because a 3 check there, and you could still remove it and play your Luna.
And now the Luna Teharises are on 2, 3, 4. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is how games go sometimes. Sometimes you just check 5 straight 5s in the deck that can remove them all from the card pool.
Yeah, I think we were maybe feeling a little comfortable after the driven by retribution, feeling like we were saved. But we were not saved.
That one's on a 2. And because I think Shri can't block, it's just going to be lethal.
This is 10 damage.
I mean, he could have does he have any zeros in deck? I think it's the lowest is a 1, which would mean you'd have to check a 6.
I guess equipment heist.
There it is.
Tam, Cardwell, and one of our moving on to top 4 with one of the Mikasa Ackermans, Hizuru's Hope. 3 of these made it to top 8 for a reason, a 100% conversion ratio for, I feel like, the kind of latest aggro deck on the scene. And we got to witness the power of it there. We had a driven by retribution, take one of our foundations, stuff our card pool. It didn't matter. Still played 7, 8 attacks on that turn.
Yeah, certainly went all out on that turn, right? Went from 6 foundations to 1 by the end of the turn. But that's the way that character functions, to be honest. We do have an update on score from our other games. Mitchell Mitchell the character is still in game 1 against he was playing against Hanji, I think. Then we have the other 2 games. Kai is up 1 game and just started game 2, and Kevin is up 1 game, and they're in game 2 as well. So we went to 3 games before some of the other players were done with their first one, even. So definitely a strap in for a full round probably.
Yeah, that probably means that we're gonna have a little bit of an extended break into our top four. The fact that on the other side of the bracket, both control decks took game one over the
Mhm.
Mikasas, um, Deku and Rodan being up, and so viewers, you'll have to bear with us as we wait for our top four match here. But even though this match went pretty quickly, I still feel very, very happy that we got it on stream, especially to watch a Koenma's task happen so early in the game into a
Mhm.
game-changing hero's upbringing. We got to see Hatefish and the Devil Jin really, really work in that game one. And then game three just kind of went, check fives, take lives for Tam. But it was still a very, very enjoyable round to watch. And there were
Mhm.
a lot of decision points that truly mattered in the game, even though it was such an aggressive game plan from both decks. So very happy to have had that as our top 8 match. A little bit of a break here into our top 4. Um, anything you have left for our viewers before we send them to the waiting screen?
Well, so because we're going to be going into a break. I do want to pick your brain.
Okay.
If Devil Jin, Porco, Pony all needed to be touched because of their turn two capacity. This is the third time we've seen a Mikasa turn to somebody on stream, which means it likely happened more in Swiss. And that data is not something that we have in the UGN. So, do you think that this is a character that needs to be touched?
Um, I honestly wouldn't personally.
Hmm.
I think that this is probably going to make Mikasa more of a focus going in. I'm not sure how much players were preparing for Mikasa going into this event, I guess is what I'm saying. As
Sure.
that it was a known quantity,
Hmm.
but it's never been like the boogeyman of a format. So I would allow it to be the what people are scared of in a format before you go and touch it, because I do think that um, that people could adjust to it. But hey, if turn two kills are something that we really want to take the consistency down, you're right. It's eligible for something to be hit, but at the same time, Devil Jin is probably even eligible for another, take away
100%.
camouflage
We saw
counter or
him
something.
turn to a 35 health character as well. That's definitely true. So even after the ban announcement, Devil's still capable of doing it. It's just, I think it is something interesting to think about for, I mean, for two people who have played the game competitively, to be candid about, is it worrying to see something like that, right? We saw that
Yeah.
Devil Jin died, turn two there against the second player, right? Um, even through a driven by retribution disrupting the turn, right? Um, so I think that Guilty Gear has a ton of tools that are being printed that specifically attack the card pool, right? Or
Right.
card pool clearing. So we that's something that I would point at for people at home. But yeah, it definitely we do want to see more turns. We do want to see more turns. And we did see more turns in that second game. Just ended up being, what happens sometimes in game threes is that you risk it for the biscuit. And in that situation, you know, if Tam had checked a three on that dual needle lunge, the turn was over, right? If Tam
Yeah.
had checked a three on one of those 5 difficulty moves, so it was just uh, 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 a risk that he took and paid off for him. Otherwise, I think that if he had failed any one of those checks, his opponent would have been able to get another turn and likely kill, because Devil Jin certainly has the capacity to 35 without any interaction.
Yeah, and that's UniVersus. It's a it's a constant risk reward analysis game. What are the odds
Hmm.
I'm going to check poorly? What are the odds if I go for 2 more attacks that I can get it? Um, and I think Tam correctly assessed that allowing Devil Jin to have a turn with 8 foundations was likely not a lower risk than simply checking a 5 on the dual needle lunge.
And it's sounding like Tyak playing Rodan takes the second game here. So we've got another part of our bracket just updated.
So the other side of the bracket's giving us some hope against the Mikasas. We got Rodan taking it 2-0. A little bit surprising, since with such low health that Rodan was still able to survive. That would have been a fun one to have had on stream as well.
Hmm.
We'll see. Deku's up a game on the Mikasa, so there's a chance that in top four, Tam is our lone Mikasa representative.
Yeah, I think you're right. But with that being said, I think it's time to give David a break. Get a little nap in between rounds. All right, I'm the one getting a break. Sorry, David. Get me a nap between rounds, and I'll see you guys in the finals. David will be back for top four. And don't touch that dial. Hang out. We'll be chatting, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with your top four, and I am joined by Sam Tate. Sam, that round went a little faster than I expected, honestly. Both of the control decks kind of cleaned house on the Mikasas on this other side of the bracket. We saw Tam win with Mikasa on the other side of the bracket, but on this side, both Mikasas go down. And now we are left with a control matchup of Kai on Rodan versus we saw Kai at the very last round of Swiss versus Kevin on Deku, and Kevin just won the Alicante regional 3 months ago with Deku. So running it back and having another good showing, what do you expect from this matchup?
Yeah, well, we've seen this matchup a few times throughout this year, and throughout multiple different meta games. I guess the biggest change to this matchup is that neither deck has access to sweeping daggers, which I think is going to hurt their mid game potential. That mid rangey sort of flex that Rodans can sometimes do is definitely hurt by sweeping daggers not being this utilitarian four diff that turns into something much bigger than itself. And so a lot of times we saw Dekus and Rodans pulling off earlier kills than we would expect because of really impressive sweeping daggers plays. So I'm expecting this one to really go the distance. I think obviously once we get to the point where where Deku can count the number of activations to one shot a Rodan with a flash attack, that gives Deku the advantage. However, getting to that point in the game, I think Rodan has an advantage on the build-up. So it's gonna be pretty tough. Neither of these characters really have a huge advantage at any point in the game, and both typically prefer games to go longer. So it'll be really interesting to see if this game is potentially decided by a deadlock play.
Yeah, Deku is one of those characters where it feels like you have to get a little bit of that chip damage in before they just establish the crazy wall. We're seeing turn two transformation here right away. Big benefit of heroic passion in the air build. I think it's a big reason to play air or water on Deku is every time you commit it, you get to draw. And so even if you're not forming to attack or to, one shot your rival, you're still just becoming a 8-hander or a 9-hander, and that really helps get those forms get to a point where you can one shot them.
Yeah, heroic passion might have been the biggest reason to transition from the good symbol or any of the other symbols that Dekus were playing to the air symbol. Again, along with the access to sweeping daggers, right? But with sweeping daggers gone, now heroic passion is kind of left to carry the weight by itself. And speaking of really important three diffs that also help you draw cards, we see Science Bros coming down here, and the incubating plus Science Bros has been a huge factor in solving the damage problem for Rodan. Rodan has no problems presenting strings of attacks that are unblockably fast, and the solution, the equation that you have to solve with Rodan for so long has been, how do we present that lethal damage string? And Science Bros has been the way that most Rodans are doing it. Every time you remove a card from the game, you get to respond for 1 speed and 1 damage, and activating all the different little ways that Rodan can remove cards to build up one big attack. And speaking of one big attack, we've got 2 Deku activations here with the response to send a card directly to Momentum, and it looks like we didn't even draw a card from Heroic Passion.
And we did.
We did. Okay, we were
Yeah, that
playing
was the
really
but
quick
here we
there
have a
for a
Hang
second.
10 coming in, the really cool local play. What are we calling these? The local play promos. But I think Hang 10 has to be the most desirous of them when you open it up. But because of the 2 forms, we are going to get to ready a foundation and draw a card here.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Hang 10. It's one of the most fun cards I think that's come out in recent sets. It has a cool little puzzle where if you can get it to 10 speed, every speed bonus that you give it is going to draw you a card and ready you a foundation, which is why we were so quick to commit those 4 cards with Deku to jam this in there because we're gonna immediately hit that 10 speed threshold and every little bonus we can give it is going to ready another foundation. And if you look at our stage, David, we've only got 1 card committed now.
And it's a nice try, so it's coming right back.
Yeah, and it's basically not committed. And it looks like, did we get a Cape of No Return out? Yeah, we got the Cape of No Return. So this attack is going to disappear into the void. However, I have to imagine that Deku got everything he wanted out of that Hang 10 to the point where removing it from the card pool might have actually helped us because we weren't worried about the damage, but we wanted to build all these cards in our hand. This is, what people were basically worried about when Hang 10
Mm.
was previewed was that it was going to transform the Midoriya deck into a much faster deck, and we're seeing the results of that here on turn 3.
Yeah, between the Heroic Passion and the Hang 10, we became an 8-hander on that turn. Allowed us to have a super wide build, still have 3 in hand, and Deku draws us a card. So it's like we're a 9-hander. Ares Smiles to block the Ice Sword execution, kind of a classic here from Deku. Definitely the one that you want to flash.
Yeah, choosing when to flash against Rodan is going to be pretty difficult, I think, for the most part. Rodans almost always start with a really impactful attack. They almost always start with something that's going to set the pace of the turn, if you will. And they like to poke. They really do like to generate card advantage by playing these sort of low risk pokes that don't necessarily require them to commit to a string for the turn to get value out of it. And so being forced to flash attacks early is one of the ways that you can kind of leverage the game state against Deku players, make them make tough decisions and things like that. And so typically flashing the first attack does just end up being correct. It does end up being optimal a lot of the time. But the one time it's not is when you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting turn on Rodan's side. It was certainly not successful. The Ice Sword execution immediately gets flashed, and then we build a cape plus 1 more foundation. I'm a little surprised that we didn't go wider on the build because this Deku isn't really throwing out 3 or 4 attacks, so there's not a lot of reason to be holding several cards in hand.
Right.
I don't know, just a little bit. It didn't feel like that turn had nearly as much value as the Deku turn before this one.
Well, I mean, it's really hard to it's hard to argue with draw 3 cards, ready 3 foundations, right? Ready 4 foundations. So, um,
Yeah,
you know,
it
I,
was just the turns juxtaposed together. One felt like it had 10 times the value.
right. No, I agree 100%. And that's how these matchups turn out because both characters are so solid defensively because they're so strong at what they do at staying alive and at blocking attacks. Really what they do better than survive, better than staying alive. What these characters do differently than, say, a high health character that's hard to kill or a damage reduction deck that's hard to kill is they force you to take more risk before you get value, right? If you attack a damage reduction deck and they reduce your really nice attack down to 2 little damage, that's still 2 damage that you're not dealing to the average Rodan when they completely block, right? That's still momentum that you're not generating, that's on hit triggers that you're not getting to activate. And so these characters really make you overextend. They make you take risks and use resources on your own turn before getting to punish that on their subsequent turn. So it looks like we're at the point where Deku can turn his whole stage sideways and Phantom Threat Rodan at a moment's notice. I'm not sure what Kai has in store that could potentially, save us from a Phantom Threat. Maybe the combination of Filled Without plus a barrier shield, but
Mhm.
without the enhanced step, the barrier shield's not going to help us at all.
Yeah, and that's typically why Rodan does hold a lot of cards in hand on defense, is because they have so much defensive interaction. We saw Kai block with an aerial goblin bolt, like you were saying about the barrier shields. So it is pretty common for Rodan, just out of habit, to hold 4 or 5 cards in hand going into defense. But like you said, Kai's on a clock, and so um, Rodan's going to have to push through some serious amount of damage, and it's going to be really hard to do it all in one attack string.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the going back to the sweeping daggers issue from before, right? I was talking about how, it sweeping daggers sped those decks up a lot. Usually the way that Dekus were actually winning games is getting to a healthy stage, but not quite enough to one-shot you, but then hitting you with low to the ground, really impressive sweeping daggers to get you to a health total where the resources that they've already accrued can,
Mhm.
make attacks unblockably fast and potentially finish you off. So, um, we're seeing now where Rodan is gonna have to put together a string of offense here on what is relatively a short board. We see 2 5 diffs come out. We've got 2 foundations committed, and while repeated 100% does get to ready a foundation here, typically you'd like to see it after playing rejuvenating smash, rewind throttle we've seen. There's the double fists of the mortal flame. There's so many other punches that you could be playing in front of this attack to make it feel more impactful.
Yeah, yeah, repeated, a mega value card that just isn't really getting to do anything at the moment from no momentum as well. Can't make use of the EX3 or Powerful 3. So 2 full blocks here with a wingnut sabotage and a military airship. Deku sitting at full health.
Mhm.
And Deku still has a pretty healthy stage too.
Yeah,
Or
one of the
maybe a
go ahead.
trigrav beam rip the right block zone. I don't know.
Tri-gravity beam would go a long way here. One of the things that I think Tri-gravity beam has sort of secret text here is not only does it have like deadlock and stun and stuff like that, and you rip out a block, but if for some reason Deku draws a phantom threat on defense, I would assume if we drew one on our own turn by now, we would have, full sent it for game. But if Deku draws, say from his character response, he draws a phantom threat, try gravity beam, even if it deals no damage, ripping the win condition out, removing it from the game. Again, I hate to keep bringing it up, but that's something else sweeping daggers did in this matchup, right? Was
Mhm.
remove the win condition from the discard pile from the game, and eventually after your rival cycles, they might not have any phantom threats left in their deck. So stuff like Genkai's guidance, stuff like um try gravity beam can be used to just sort of save us from the attacks long term. And we're seeing quite a few forms come down here. Doesn't look like phantom threat numbers, but something impressive is about to hit the board.
Yeah, here comes the Hang 10. One of the big values of Hang 10 to me is that you can form twice over the course of, you're not all in on only your opening attack. You can ready enough foundations to get enough forms in to present lethal twice over.
Right. Yeah, no, the double tap strategy with Hang 10 is, a lot of Dekus don't even use the phantom threat. A lot of Dekus just get to a point where they can pump Fajin Flurry and or Hang 10 enough combined with their EX keywords to spend that momentum to overcome a reset. So sitting on cards like Guardian Angel of Chinatown to stop all damage reduction and then having the EX keyword to overcome speed resets is actually, I think, how I see most Dekus on stream win games.
Yeah, Guardian Angels go such a long way in protecting you when you do enter the enhanced step.
In fact, I can speak from experience in Atlanta when I played in the Atlanta regional as Hanji Zoe. I had the barrier shield for the Fajin Flurry, but the EX3 was enough for Mitchell Chimino to still get the win, right? I had moment of normalcies and things like that, but Guardian Angel of Chinatown plus the EX keyword made it so that, I needed to have answers upon answers, right? And this is still a deck that gets to play Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. It gets to play Aerial Goblin Bolt if it wants to. So we do see the Botan's coaching coming out for a mid block here, checking a 3. But because we're Rodan, because we got to barrier shield this attack, it is going to be an easy breaker block. And once again, we're building after the Hang 10, but I have to imagine that Kevin is feeling pretty good about where he's at, getting the Cape of No Return down now. Oh my goodness, it's looking like a lock for Deku, but I will never count out a Rodan deck.
Yeah, he's in a strong position. One of my favorite foundations he just built is End the Cycle. End the
Very
Cycle.
rarely seen.
Yeah, Deku doesn't have speed hate on face when you transform. I mean, he gets to zero out one move, but after that, we're kind of depending on nice tries, but between the 3 nice tries, that's -6 speed. That's not gonna work for Rodan, adding 3-4 speed to everything over the course of the turn. But End the Cycle really just buys you a second free block at the end of the turn. So when you commit that for -6, -7 speed, it's effectively like it's a reset, but it's a repeatable reset. It only has to save you once over the course of a game to be more than worth it.
Right, and going back to what I was talking about earlier, where the the number of times you have to extend, right, the amount of risk you have to take. End the Cycle is a perfect card to complement that play style, right? Because if we're flashing the first attack of the turn and we can block the second and maybe third attack, by the time you get to your third attack, if I've blocked the first 2, there's 5 cards in the card pool. We're committing 1 card for -5 speed, which is obviously a fantastic rate. So also it's a low block. I know that there's a lot of decks out there that are kind of fiending for some low blocks. So this is definitely a solid option against the majority of offenses right now. Probably not great into the Mikasa matchup, so we'll see. We'll see how our finals matchup looks if Deku gets to the finals. Maybe End the Cycle gets cited out, but against this offense right here, I imagine End the Cycle is going to look like a brick wall. And speaking of walls, I mean, we're legitimately running out of space on our playmat for all of our foundations. So this is what people used to tell me was real UFS back when MHA first came out. Anytime we got to like 10 foundations in stage, I would have to hear the phrase real UFS. But I am getting a little nostalgic for big boards here.
Yeah, but what I would like to see adjusted on Rodan's side is we saw just a build 2. And for the last 3 turns for Rodan, it's been a build 1 or a build 2, like after attacking a little bit, but none of those attacks dealt damage. And then our stage hasn't ballooned in size nearly like Deku's has.
Correct.
I feel like Deku has just been more unafraid to build into deep deadlock, and I think that stage difference might be what wins it for Deku here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that our hand is full of important actions. If they were full of attacks, we'd probably have to actually just send them and try to make some headway on the life total. And if we are just trying to sculpt for the absolutely perfectest possible hand, part of that has to be building a big enough stage to play them all. And so, given the way that Deku typically wins the game, holding 3 or 4 cards in hand shouldn't matter, right? It's the one big attack. And granted, you don't want to leave yourself open to a alternative strategy. You don't want to go to no cards in hand and let any rigmarole hand from the Deku deck win. But I have to imagine that holding 4 or 5 cards in hand is just not actually going to help us against the average Deku turn, as we see what is potentially just another poke here.
Yeah, I'd much rather see going down to 1 to 2 cards in hand and then using the sidestep or supersonic to draw if we need to. Yeah, aerial goblin bolt. It's always hard to tell. Is this just a poke, or is this sealing something to set up for a finisher?
Yeah, I have to imagine we're setting up for a finish here, but again, that's just based on the vibes of how many cards we've drawn this game. We've drawn so many cards off of Hang Ten, off of Heroic Passion, off of even the Deku responses. It all adds up.
All right, aerial goblin bolt got flipped at some point before the block step. That's interesting. I think he tried to use Botan's coaching, and we aerial goblin bolted, canceled the Botan's coaching.
Interesting. I mean, that makes me think that we're probably gonna like build out after this, and that we were just trying to maybe generate some value from drawing. But we now see all of the cards getting turned sideways, and I'm smelling a game too, partner.
Yeah, I wonder what it is we sealed. Was it maybe the moment of normalcy? But that wouldn't have mattered if I mean, there's no enhanced step that's going to be happening here. Um, I don't see anything on Rodan's stage that necessarily mattered to seal. Yeah, I think this Phantom Threat, unless Rodan has like a Genkai's Guidance or a Filled with Doubt into a Barrier Shield, could win this game for Rodan here.
And that would be why, yeah, that would make sense why we'd be holding so many cards, right? If half of our hand is just blue cards that need to work in tandem, because you need Filled with Doubt to get rid of the flash, you need Barrier Shield to reduce the speed to 0, and then you would need a block after that. But instead, we just see the handshake coming down. So that's gonna do it for game 1 here.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Rodan never dealt a single point of damage and felt like they were consistently behind in tempo on who had the wider stage. That was Deku kind of putting on the clinic thanks to going first, getting that turn 2 transformation off, building a Heroic Passion on turn 1 to where we could turbo build our stage. Everything went Deku's ways. Now Rodan has some things in the sideboard to we got some Genkai's Guidances in the sideboard, but if we use the Genkai's Guidance, we are going down 3 resources in our stage, and we have a Filled with Doubt in our sideboard. We had 1 main board, so that takes us to 2. Like we were talking about, Filled with Doubt, cancel the flash on Phantom Threat, is a pretty common way to beat a Deku after they've turned their stage sideways.
Yeah, so the thing is, the Genkai's Guidance is a difficult cost to pay, and that is something to consider, but it's always better than just losing the game. And I'm pretty sure that Phil Birch taught us when he won a regional with Rodan that going down to 1 foundation, going down to 1 health is definitely worth it if you can crawl back from it. And Rodan's pretty good at crawling back into a game.
Yeah, going first gives us the opportunity to. I mean, Kai beat a Mikasa on turn 3 in the round before this. In game 2, they won
Right.
game 2 extremely quickly. So if they could get a really solid turn 1 build and then push through some damage before Kevin transforms Midoriya and really establishes a wall, we could see a very different game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. There is sort of a, I guess, mid-rangey sort of feel to the Rodan in this matchup. Like Deku seems fully committed to the late game, big punch strategy, right? And on turns 2 and 3, Rodan can generate more speed, potentially at least, than Deku can hate on just from his character, right? And you have to factor in like the minus speed also requires him to commit foundation. So I think Rodan can be more successfully aggressive on like turns 2 and 3. It's still really difficult. He hates to try and do it over the speed reduction that Deku has. But if there is a character in this matchup that is going to be more impressive on turn 2, it's probably the Rodan deck.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to set ourselves up well here, hopefully with a build 5. Because we're gonna get two turns with Deku being a little weak. Deku on Rodan's turn 2, Deku won't be transformed. On Rodan's turn 3, Deku might be transformed, but because of paying the cost of transformation, might be a little weak.
Yeah, arguably the turn that Deku transforms, he is the weakest. And when he goes second, that sort of issue is compounded a little bit, right? Because you when you transform going second, your rival has probably had two build turns and or a poke turn to kind of get at you, right? You definitely get one turn before they transform, which is a big deal. So it'll be really interesting to see if Rodan is aggressive on turn 2. I don't think it's as necessary to be aggressive turn 2 or 3 as it might feel. I know that from sitting across the table from these decks, it feels like I have to be trying to be as aggressive whenever I can. And the turns where I, opt out of attacking feel really bad. But sometimes those are still the correct plays you have to make.
Yeah, and Shobijin's message getting built in for Midoriya, that's going to go a long way in stopping some early aggression, getting to add breaker to a block.
Yeah, absolutely huge stuff. Gonna require some targeted committal, most likely from the Rodan player, if we're gonna try to actually have that, turn 2 string that we were just talking about. I mean, repeated 100% smash is an absolutely fantastic turn 2 attack, even without momentum, when you know that you're guaranteeing your checks and you can basically do the math on, how many resources you're actually going to commit by the end of the turn. And now we see the Ice Sword execution, which is that targeted commit that I was just kind of mentioning. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, the Shobujins is the clear answer here.
Yeah, this is going to open the door for us to have a pretty solid turn 2 aggressive turn. If this game goes long, Midoriya also built in Special Forces Elite, which means that Rodan is going to have to go into deadlock basically to overcome the wall that Deku establishes. And then if you go into deadlock, you can no longer use your Genkai's guidance or Filled with Doubt because Deku has a response cancel if you go into deadlock. So that one could come up. We'll see here though. Maybe Rodan, it looks like, is going to be more successful here in putting some early pressure on. So maybe we won't get to that late game stage.
Yeah, the Special Forces Elite is a really interesting reprint. It's got like a totally different it's got like a totally different vibe, than it did back in its original standard printing. But um yeah, the tech ability on it probably completely blank. We're here just for that sweet deadlock, and that shows you just how committed to going late game this Deku deck is, that it's willing to play cards that are essentially only deadlock threats, only there to protect the combo in deadlock. But we do see Rejuvenating Smash here as our second attack, very much a staple card in these Rodan decks. And I would love to see a repeated 100% come in after this. Commit 2 foundations, ready 2 foundations, maybe check a 6. Maybe we come out ahead.
Yeah, and we saw the Botan's coaching get used. That means we get the momentum. That's gonna, with EX3 on Rejuve and EX3 on repeated, we now have momentum to kind of push past the -3 speed from Deku. This one connects. We've dealt 20 down to 22 health. Maybe we can get one more hit in before we change. Okay, world's weakest hunter. Gonna get a
Okay.
draw 3. This is like, if we do decide to build after this, after we draw 3, that could be really, really nice.
Yeah, this one is not it's not repeated 100%, but it is probably better than repeated 100%. If it deals damage, because you'll get all that extra card draw, which is clearly better than just 3 extra damage. And you'll still get the momentum, which is one of the more important parts about dealing damage early is getting stocked up on momentum, ready to go.
Yeah, this Rodan deck really wants to get momentum early to pay it off with the rejuves and the repeateds in the later game. And the fact that we've got Deku down to 19 and we've got 3 attacks all going to momentum, um, set up really, really well. Checking a 3 here on the incubating doesn't feel nice. Let's see if maybe we can get a third foundation built. Maybe we can kind of disrespect Deku a little bit early. Um, I don't know. We chose to fail it, or maybe we didn't have a choice from the check. Deku
Ooh,
immediately transforming.
but not. Oh, that not a lot of build from Rodan though. We got some good damage in, we got some momentum generated, but
Yeah,
where's our
all three built
stage? We
through.
gotta have the
Yeah,
big stage.
it would have been really nice to turn that draw 3 from World's Weakest Hunter into building 4 or 5, but it looks like our foundations were just too high of difficulty, with 3 attacks clogging the card pool. That is the downside of going for early aggression, is it makes your build harder. Um,
Yeah.
Deku transformed 5 foundations and a Shobijin's. Now, even if we lead Ice Sword, it can get flashed, and so that Shobijin's Breaker 2 is probably going to be happening at some point here.
Yeah. World's Weakest has an opener. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, right? The low to the ground pokes. They generate value. They don't necessarily require you to commit any real resources here. The EX, I think, would be pretty funny here. Unfortunately, though, it looks like we do see tattered costume block with one of my favorite plays, desperate plea to build it in. So the keyword abilities that we might have been relying on that momentum for to fuel our winning strategy now can be potentially canceled by the tattered costume. So we'll have to play around that. Luckily, the Rodan deck does have some asset answers though, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, lots of good interaction pieces here for Deku. Deku wants to not let you get in the way of his game plan, because when your game plan is turning your entire stage sideways, that's too big of a risk to take without guarantees. And so, yeah, the tattered costume getting to cancel an action or the keyword ability, definitely a staple.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think everyone's aware of like the action cancel part. I think people forget it also cancels a keyword ability on an attack.
Yeah, and that could come up very big here.
This is repeated 100% on a 7.
Yeah, He's only going to get to ready 1. We could push it through if we EX, but like you said, we can cancel the EX.
Yeah.
Let's see how many momentum we commit to this.
Now this could also be a bait, right? If this isn't lethal and it's not helping me draw additional cards, I don't think this is worth using the tattered costume on. It was an option, but I think it's better to save the tattered costume here for a potentially, like you said, you want to use it to cancel an action card and a game-winning play rather than just save you a couple of health here.
Yeah, it looks like he made that read. They took some time to think about it, and then they notched the speed back up, choosing not to use it. And that means that, hey, since you didn't use it, I'm going to spend this last momentum on some powerful.
Yeah, I dig the proactive use of the momentum. A lot of times it can be sort of difficult to figure out when you need to use it that isn't obvious. Game winning plays tend to be obvious. The easiest play, I think, I used to have a coach who would tell me, the easiest choice to make is one to win, right? When you've got a decision that wins you a game, that is typically the easiest one. So finding difficult places, finding difficult decisions on when it's a good time to spend momentum can be pretty difficult. And I think we did a good job here. I think we found a place where we could make our rival uncomfortable, even if we're not winning the game. And we got the damage out of that momentum that we were looking to get. And we ended up with a momentum as a refund. So if we still have really important abilities that require that momentum, like potentially a hacker extraordinaire, we're still set up. So I think that was a really solid turn. In a game where we've become so accustomed to big, shiny, blowout, amazing Mikasa playing every attack on a 2 difficulty because we cleared 5 cards, sort of turns. I think that was a really, really good turn.
Yeah, we utilized the turns that Deku was weak. Now Deku's down to 10. Look, we never dealt a single point of damage game 1, and Deku has entered the time of the game to where the wall is established and we have successfully transformed. So but at least we can see the light at the end of the tunnel for Rodan, because last game when Deku was at 29 health with the wall established,
Yeah.
I mean, it was there was no light. There was no hope in that game. It felt like, at least. And in this one, we have hope. We just have to push through something on a future turn.
Yeah, and of course when it comes to the uh how should I put it? When it comes to the finer points of the game, the harder points, the difficult turns, this is right at the cusp. And it looks like I think they're conversing with a judge to try and make sure that, because there is a translator at the table. I think we're trying to make sure that we've got um a very important interaction coming up that is understood. So looks like there's a small pause in the action, but this is exactly where I think UniVersus gets really difficult, because the Deku player is going to have less options, right? With less health, you have to play a bit safer. You probably can't um, do risky hang 10 plays that we might have done before. Not that we took a ton of risk with hang 10 in game 1, don't get me wrong, but activating abilities to generate more card advantage and stuff, it could potentially backfire. It could set you up for a backswing. So wait for Deku to play this game a lot more reserved than we did in game 1, and that's going to cause the game to slow down a lot, because while Rodan does have a decent health lead here, um, dealing any damage to Deku at any point in the game is going to be pretty difficult, right? So we could see the game kind of grind to a standstill here, despite the amazing efforts that Rodan did to deal the 19 damage that we have.
Yeah, and in this scenario, it puts some pressure on Deku. Do I want to build the cards in my hand to get to a wider stage, or do I need to keep these cards in hand because I'm only at 10 health and I have to be blocking everything?
Yeah.
Well, we saw that Kevin chose to build most of the cards in his hand, and doesn't have the heroic passion that he had in game 1. So a lot fewer cards in hand. I could see, if we use Deku's ability to flash something early, I could see a Tri-Gravity Beam being a game-winning card here.
Yeah, Tri Gravity Beam would go a long ways. This is the kind of game, this is the kind of hand where having having multiple Tri Gravities for the stun 3 could be super impactful. Over the course of like multiple speed pumps and reductions from both sides of the board. So, Violent Anima Shot, this one's pretty nice. It's if you are playing stuff like Tri Gravity Beam, it's a card that accounts for 1 card in your rival's hand no matter what. Either they block with it and they lose a card from hand, or you do the response when it deals damage and they lose a card from hand. So this can make the math a lot easier on your kill turns when combined with other discard effects.
Yeah, even though it's not presenting lethal, Deku can't just let it hit. We can't
Yeah.
let it slide. It has to be dealt with. But we didn't get we didn't have to use Deku to flash it. It's like a
That's
solid.
true.
Yeah, it's a solid. What did you say? It works well with Trigrav. There are a lot of backup decks. I mean, we have a Hanj on the other side of the bracket where this Violent Anima Shot would go a long way, but there's not a lot of text on it doing anything in the enhanced step, and so Deku can just. There's no pressure to flash this one.
Yeah, not a ton of value in flashing this attack. Looks like we did get the Rodan enhance off though to scout for the rest of our turn, which prolonging that, denying that does have some value, but clearly not enough to use our character response on when there's attacks like repeated 100% smash that could be coming out after this. So I'm really excited to see where this turn goes. We've got the classic rejuvenating smash on a 6 as the main follow up here. Not surprised to see that at all.
Yeah, and also very little reason to flash this one because the response happens first, and then Deku gets to respond, and so that's really the reason you're putting Rejuve in your deck. So
Right.
I was thinking about Tri-Gravity Beam at the beginning, but neither of the attacks that we've played have really pressured the flash, and so we want to get the Deku flash out of the way before we would play something like that. And I don't see a way to get momentum for the Rejuve. I don't, we use our Botan's coaching on an earlier turn. I don't see a discard outlet.
Yeah, that's one of the tougher questions to ask. It's typically just Botons too, right? I thought I saw "Don't Do This" for a second, but that's an order card, and we have that's actually a memory upgrade that's in stage. But that would have been a really nice one to have. Yeah, the discard outlets, it's usually just the Botons. Now that I'm thinking about it, people really don't play a different discard outlet in Deku most of the time, do they?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like the Rejuve is almost primarily there just for the draw too. I just got word from the other side of the bracket that Hanj took it down. Uh,
Oh,
so 3 Mikasas in top 8. None of the Mikasas convert to the finals. We'll have a Hanj waiting for the winner of this matchup. And I will say, like, the story of this event so far has been Mikasa. We had a couple Mikasas on stream yesterday. All of 3 converted, almost half of top cuts. We saw Tam win in top 8 here on stream for top cuts. But my reaction to the ban list when it first came out was, how did we not touch Midoriya at all? How did we allow
right.
Midoriya to walk free? Because nothing about this deck feels fair.
So
It feels just walling up until you can just destroy your rival in one single attack. So I was a little surprised that it was allowed to survive, and now it's doing pretty well.
So, I mean, there's a couple angles I could approach that from, especially if I wanted to specifically play devil's advocate. I think what I'll say here is they did touch the Deku decks. They did ban a card out of it, and while it's not solving the quote unquote problem that people have with the deck, it's not addressing the main strategy that people don't like about the deck. We have already talked about and pretty much seen
Mhm.
the difference the in the way that the deck plays without sweeping daggers. So I will say that maybe they believed that hitting some card from that deck did adjust its power level more in line with others. But similar to teaming with the Attack Titan from Devil Jin, I do think that those bans hurt other decks more than these. It took more away from decks like Porco. It took more away from, your average run of the mill air deck or void deck for sweeping daggers. Because sweeping daggers was just such a generically good card. It wasn't specifically great in any one character. It was just, really good situationally if your rival was playing good attacks for you to steal. So I do think they hit it. I just it didn't solve the game plan issue that people have of a one-shot flash attack.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing kind of similar to game. I'm seeing game one flashbacks here with this is 2 turns in a row where Rodan has chosen to build 2 foundations and then pass with 5 cards in hand.
Yep.
And now there's a stage difference here where Deku has like 20 foundations to Rodan's 13 to 14. And Deku has that Special Forces Elite to have a response cancel, even if we do have the Genkai's Guidance or the Filled with Doubt here. So even though we had some successful early turns, if a Phantom Threat is drawn, I see a Phantom Threat, I think that's game.
Yeah, well, considering the way these decks operate, the only thing, so it's a number of answers that you have to have here, because we do have the Not Now I'm Gaming, which would basically bounce the attack back to hand and require you to find all of the same stat adjustments, right? Which Deku's stage might be big enough that we can just actually do it twice. The stage is absolutely massive, but yeah, the way these two decks operate, because Rodan wasn't able to keep up that aggression, and because we were able to basically, gridlock the game, stall the game out, things have definitely shifted into Deku's favor, just from the play style of the two decks. And I feel like it'd be really unfortunate if there is a Phantom Threat here that ends the game after how well things went for Rodan early. And again, Rodan has some number of interaction. It's just not particularly well suited to dealing with one big flash attack.
I did miss the Not Now in Gaming. I missed that. That was a huge foundation to build. Now we have 2. If we have a response in hand, we can bait the Special Forces on one thing and get the response through on another. You're right. That's a huge that was a huge build.
However, if the attack that we're about to play is a hang 10, then all of those bonuses are going to float in and ready all of these foundations before the Not Now I'm Gaming trigger. So looks like we're going for it. We've got the foundations to spare. We do see the Not Now I'm Gaming. He does have to actually pass the cost for it. And we do have to actually do all the bonuses first. So all the +3s, I think the judge is warning him right now, that you have a whole bunch of floating triggers that you have to resolve before we ever get to the Not Now I'm Gaming.
Yeah. We saw both players immediately grab their interaction cards.
Yeah, and that's, that is where the meat and potatoes of the game is about to be decided, right? That is actually the determining factor of this game. But we gotta go in order. We gotta.
I have to think that Rodan has a follow-up, because we kept 5 in hand for 2 turns in a row. So I've got to think that we're holding a Filled with Doubt, or we're holding a Genkai's Guidance.
True.
I'd be surprised if the Phantom Threat wins.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially since if that's not the case, then they're definitely slow rolling us. There should be handshaking if that's not the case. But we you got to make your opponent check it. You got to make them actually play the game, and we're probably gonna see a little chain of responses to come out here. So we're not flashing the Phantom Threat because we did not draw the card. Looks like he put the card back that was going to be drawn.
We don't have momentum to do the powerful 3, though, because if you're not going to flash the Phantom Threat immediately, you normally just allow yourself 1 enhanced powerful it and then flash it.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, we do have the action cancel stopping for breakfast too. So even if the Genkai's Guidance came down, the stopping for breakfast would cancel it.
Yeah. Oh, is there a good spot? There's so much glare on this stage, and it's so big. It got away from me like 2 turns ago.
Yeah. So I am confused what the judge decision was here, why that card went back.
Yeah. Notably, we were told that there is a language barrier as well, right? So there's a translator that's involved in this, and there's one more mouth to go through to have everything here. So looks like we added cards to and from hands, but I'm not really sure specifically where. I'm looking at
Yeah, now
lottery.
it goes back. I think they're just making sure they got the order right.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, play the game correctly. Always a fan of getting it right, you know.
But now let's watch the double Genkai's guidance come down.
That that does appear to be what it would take, doesn't it? I can't think of anything else that really saves us here. I don't know. I don't have Kai's deck in front of me. Do you know if he's even playing Filled Without?
Yeah, he's got one main board and one in the side.
Yeah. Oh, we checked the 3 here, which won't matter, right? Because either the game ends or it doesn't. But that still feels pretty bad to check a 3 on a 7. I mean, imagine we fight over this to the point where there is an enhanced step, but the fact that we committed 4 cards here means we can't block this attack. Like, what a world that would be.
Yeah, here comes the filled with doubt, and then here comes, well, you got to check the filled with doubt. Yeah, and then here comes the action cancel.
Yep.
Okay, the
Okay.
2 responses gone. Do we have a third response of some sort?
Nope. The response is to shake the hand, and there you have it. Deku, Kevin Terragrossa moving on to another EU regional final with this Deku deck. Absolutely amazing stuff. I can't say I'm super surprised that that's how the matchup played out, though. That is
Hmm.
kind of how I expect the matchup to play out on paper. And if you remember, all the way back at Denver this year, I specifically did not want to play Rodan at the event Andrew Porat won with Rodan because I was afraid of the Deku matchup, and my local had been slamming Deku into me, practicing for that event. So, absolutely not surprised to see a big flash attack kill a Rodan. And maybe, David, maybe this is why we can't nerf Deku. Maybe he's protecting us from the meta menace that is Rodan, who has won more regionals this year than Deku, but Deku's got a really nice opportunity to tie that score up.
Yeah, back to back. I mean, if Kevin wins this next match, that's going to be back to back within a 3-month time period, and this time even traveling from Spain to Scotland. So next matchup, we got Hanj, we got Fire Hanj versus Air Deku. That's gonna be a fun one. Who do you think has the edge? Just the real quick off the top of your head. Who do you think has the slight edge there?
I mean, if I had to give an edge overall, it's probably to Deku. I do think he has a better long-term game plan, but it's way more close than I think people want to give this game credit for. I will say, I felt really good about my Deku matchup in Atlanta playing Hanj, but that was very much off the back of 9 Titans being able to double the speed of my moves early on. I remember I used a lot of 14 speed Titan piles to deal 14 or 15 damage to Dekus, rather than um, doubling the damage to try and one-shot people, similar to the way the Deku deck worked. It was much more necessary to double the speed. So without the huge speed bonus of 9 Titans, I'm not sure if Hanji's Titan piles can get over the speed reduction that Deku provides. However, late game, Hanji does have access to Beast Titan attack loops to throw Deku to death. So if Deku doesn't find the win condition in time, if he sits there and spins his wheels and has to draw through his whole deck, there's a world where Beast Titan, add Beast Titan to hand, Beast Titan, sacrifice Beast Titan, make it a throw, is something we see turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, Beast Titan gives you that like plan B for your game plan, another way to find the kill beyond just Titan pile. So one final thing I'll say before we jump off is we had a lot of United States players travel to Scotland for this event. We just saw Tam Cardwell. We saw Mitchell on stream earlier. We had Nate DeWalt. We had Barlow. We had Shree. We had a lot of players from the United States travel to Scotland. But in the finals, we get 2 overseas. The U.S. players did not convert to finals. We've got a pair of overseas players for finals, which I somewhat appreciate. That we tried to go take down their event and didn't happen. They got blocked out.
They defended their home turf, which you always love to see. You love to root for a hometown team. And I couldn't be more excited. We've got uh, a character that, again, I truly thought that Hanji was dead in the water. I really thought that Nine Titans was like the reason to play the deck. We didn't see the deck really emerge, pretty much at all, like before Nine Titans, and then all of a sudden the deck is everywhere, right? So I'm super, super excited to see a character that lost basically its most important card still be relevant and playable, based on the synergies available to it and make it all the way to the grand finals. And then on top of that, we do have a character that, while people find it pretty frustrating, it does have a unique strategy. It does present unique wrinkles. And, a lot of people find Rodan super frustrating to fight against. But I'll tell you what, man, it is not frustrating to turn your whole stage sideways, show Rodan a phantom threat, and get the handshake. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, and we saw that back-to-back games there for Kevin. So don't go anywhere. We've got our finals players here. It'll probably just be a couple minutes of a wait while they sit down, get situated, shuffle their decks up. But Sam and Christopher Bromley will be right back here to bring you your grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
take you where you've never been. Swear I won't break your heart and I won't let you down. Yeah, maybe we can dance the night away. You got me feeling like a hurricane. 'Cause now it's up in the rain. You're all that's on my mind, my mind. Think I've got fire running through my veins. 'Cause when you touch me, I burst into flames. I don't know what it is you do to me. Now we're just dancing in this burning room. I really hope this moment never ends. Can we pretend that time is frozen? 'Cause you stole my heart and you know what I want is you. Where's you? I wanna say that all I want is you now. Maybe we can dance the night away. That's what I wanna do now. I want you to stay right here with me. Yeah, stay with me. Think I've got fire running through my veins. 'Cause when you touch me, I burst into flames. I don't know what it is you do to me. Now we're just dancing in this burning room. There's something in the way you look at me that tells me you are all I'll ever need. I don't know what it is you do to me. Now we're just dancing in this burning room. All I want is you now. Maybe we can dance the night away. It's what I wanna do now. I hope that you can stay right here with me. Think I've got fire running through my veins. 'Cause when you touch me, I burst into flames. I don't know what it is you do to me. Now we're just dancing in this burning room. There's something in the way you look at me that tells me you are all I'll ever need. I don't know what it is you do to me. Now we're just dancing in this burning room.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for your EU Regional Grand Finals. I'm joined once again by David Toombs. Christopher Bromley, unfortunately, had a little bit of a little case of the real lives came up, so we're going to be handling your Grand Finals today, and I'm pretty excited for this one. We talked a little bit, you and I got to talk to set this up before, but I'm excited that there's a character that basically survived a ban in errata list, a targeted ban towards their deck, and they still are going to make it into grand finals. And I think the matchup of Hanji Zoe on the fire symbol versus Deku Midoriya on the move is a very interesting one. But David, I expect it to be very polarizing because both of these decks like to focus their offense, like to focus their strategies, if you will, around singularly impactful attacks.
Yeah, we saw this Hanj during Swiss take down the 7-hand size Hanj during like round 4, and we saw that Titan Pile was the main kill condition, and it'll be interesting to see if Hanj can get around Deku waiting to flash the Titan Pile, if the Rock Titans Barrage can set it up well enough, or like you said, if they can shift to a plan B and use Beast Titan attacks, stringing into more Beast Titan attacks to just slowly use throws to win this game. Yeah, this is one I've had multiple people reach out to me actually and say, how is Hanj in the finals again? Like,
Right.
how did this deck survive 9 Titans? It's been a surprising result here to see the deck still doing well.
Yeah, it's super cool. It proves that, we've talked a lot about how characters can still be good after a ban or errata, but a lot of times players don't necessarily want to deal with the lack of feeling of power. Feeling like the deck is weaker is not fun to do necessarily. And okay, I'm just gonna be real. I thought he played a face down card there. That's got to be a Beast Titans Rock Barrage, right? On the Pearl or the Obsidian treatment.
Yeah, we're back to the Obsidians.
But sorry, I really thought he played like a face down, back of the sleeve. But anyhow, what were we talking about? We were talking about Hanji surviving the ban list and how players, it can be difficult. It's a real challenge to struggle with the idea that like I used to play this deck, it used to feel really powerful in certain ways, and now it just doesn't have access to that. And I think a big part of it is because basically no other part of the deck was touched, and because even without 9 Titans, Titan Pile is still so big, right? It is still so worthwhile. It hasn't been that difficult to adjust. We basically just had to replace the 9 Titans. We max out on copies of Grisha's Attack Titan, and the deck functions pretty much the same. It just, doesn't have the ability to double its stats out of nowhere.
Yeah. The Grisha's grabbing the Titan Pile goes a really long way, and then the Beast Titan attacks, grabbing a Beast Titan attacks also sets things up nicely. And crucially in this matchup, I believe the Hanj player gets to go first. Go first, which means we get a couple of attack turns on Deku here.
That's what it looked like to me. I'm pretty sure this is turn 2. We've got the Rock Barrage into the Titan Pile here. So this is going to be on a 6. We commit a backup. We get +2 speed, which is something that Hanji does for us. So a 7 speed move is pretty good. Our rival's pretty much completely committed out. I mean, that's one of the big things, right, David, is this deck still has Beast Titans Rock Barrage. That card is absolutely amazing. And I've heard people say it's not good now that the best target for it has been banned. However, we're seeing the hitch come in for +4 damage on this Titan Pile. This Titan Pile should be for 14 if my math is correct. And now we're going to play
another one.
We're going to play another one on a 7, and this one should be for 10 damage. Because it gets +2 damage for every Titan backup.
Deku not transformed has to play this honestly.
Our medium Titan here is going to give us another +2 damage. So we are going to, I believe, chunk Midoriya down to 3 health
Yeah, and we got to build in
or to
probably the
9.
best interaction piece for this matchup, being a desperate struggle.
Okay, I think I was counting. I think they had already started counting it down when I thought that the Titan Pilot dealt damage. But still, this is exactly the kind of thing that the Hanji deck needs to do. This is why I felt like the Hanji deck has a pretty okay matchup into Midoriya because of those Titan Piles. However, David, it's worth mentioning that if 9 Titans was still available to us, that would have been game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If we had gotten to committing the medium Titan for +2 damage, doesn't feel quite as good as doubling a Titan pile does there. That like we would have been able to do in that scenario. But yeah, back to Rock Barrage. It's really good specifically still in Hanj because these backups function as foundations effectively.
Mhm. Yeah,
So,
starting with that extra resource in play, having the freedom to commit your character to pass checks is really the angles where Hanji excels. It's where the deck really starts to feel special, feel unique, and I think that that's a pretty important thing to have. When you're trying to design decks, into a metagame, making sure they all feel different and unique. And Hanji really gets to do that with different resources, and I think that that's very cool. What you probably don't think is cool if you're a Deku Midoriya fan is staring down another Beast Titans Rock Barrage potentially here. I'm not
yeah,
sure if this one.
we
I'm not sure.
flashed it. Oh, that was a Falling Titans. Okay, the
Yeah, I was gonna
Obsidian.
say I
We
don't
got
think this
a
one actually is a Rock Barrage. As soon as I saw the high block, that made me believe that this one was a Falling Titans.
yeah, a little hard to tell on stream the difference, but as as soon as it goes back in the hand, um,
Yeah, I should have been able to tell from the card that got committed to pass the check. That was the clue there. You gotta search for the context clues when you're dealing with pearls and obsidians.
so Falling Titans. What is Deku's answer? I mean, Deku's down to only 9 health. Each of these is, it only takes a couple of these connecting to find lethal. We're seeing Deku's stage already almost completely turned sideways. Our character is already used. Could we see just a Falling Titans just win here?
I mean, that is one of the so that's the other angle that is really good into Deku, right? Deku flashes an attack, he reduces speed on a bunch of attacks, but he doesn't necessarily have an answer for Falling Titan specifically when you're trying to solve the defense that the Midoriya on the move deck provides. Repeatable attacks over and over again that don't have enhances on them are an absolutely amazing way to do that. And we're going to be going to game 2 already. My goodness. And correct me if I'm wrong, David, but I think the Falling Titans is just a one of in this deck. And it came
Yeah,
up absolutely
but it
clutch.
only really needs to be a one of because it has the ranged keyword, because it's grabbable by 4xing Grishas. Maybe you could take it to a 2 of, especially in a matchup like this where it really shines. Maybe you take it to a 2 so you consistently have it in your discard.
There's one reason why you get to play it as a one of now.
What's that?
The ban of sweeping daggers. As someone who played this attack in Atlanta, I wanted to have multiple copies in my deck because not only is Falling Titans a great target for sweeping daggers to remove, so you can't tutor it with the Beast Titan like you're talking about, but sweeping daggers in decks that have a backup or two are usually super okay with sacrificing the backup to play sweeping daggers again, causing a massive blowout. So with the sweeping daggers, man, being able to play this card down as a one of, focus on cards like Beast Titans, Beast Titan attacks, and Titan Pile, I think has really kind of helped the deck out. But again, this Hanji deck is just finding the right angles. I mean, so many times Deku would have been able to absolutely stonewall a deck that just tried to play 3 attacks with just +2 speed on them turn 2, but because of that Beast Titans Rock Barrage, we didn't have access to the speed reduction and the block zones both. So Absolutely
Yeah,
amazing stuff. Again, I can't mention it enough. The Hanji deck bouncing back after this bans and erratas to show off just basically how powerful Titan Pile is, right? Double Titan Pile really set us up, but Falling Titans, I guess, also gets the honorable mention there.
yeah, and we do have a second Falling Titans in our sideboard that we could come and bring in. I think one of the best answers probably for Deku is to side in the second copy of Filled with Doubt.
Correct. Yeah.
Go ahead and seal it, not allow that continuously to go back to hand. But I don't see a lot of other options available to Deku beyond that.
Yeah. Normally, you'd want to see something like a Cape of No Return for an attack like that, right? So, whatever it is, it's got to be a permanent answer. It's got to shut off the text of the card, which is which can be pretty difficult to do. So yeah, very quick game one. We got the turn 3 kill. That's pretty much exactly how you want your aggro decks to be, and I kind of felt like when I played the deck in Atlanta, it felt like the version I played was kind of aggro combo. The strict value of each card didn't really lend itself to an aggro strategy. But the combo element that could be pulled off really early in the game definitely made it feel like it's not a late game deck. It
Mhm.
maybe mid range is really the true definition of it because Titan Pile for big numbers is good early and late game. But again, without the ability to double the speed on it, I feel like the longer the game goes, the better chances Midoriya has to survive those Titan Piles.
Yeah, and both turns of that game, Midoriya was on the wrong side. You know, that Titan pile turn, Midoriya would rather be on the flash side, and then the Falling Titans turn, you'd rather be on the speed side because flashing the Falling Titans hardly does anything.
Absolutely, yeah. 100%. Now that you mention it, that's actually super tragic to think about. Just kind of getting the character transformation footsies wrong. But that's how the Deku deck kind of has to play, right? You have to be able to transform to go and actually have your win condition. So it made perfect sense to see the transformation in real time, right? Neither you nor I
Mhm.
um saw it as like a mistake, but that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, Deku going first. Let's see if we can get a wide build here for a comfortable transformation because we're going to have to go fast here before the Falling Titans combo can happen.
Yeah, Falling Titans does feel like it has a certain level of inevitability now, doesn't it? Maybe we get some value out of attacking backups, on earlier turns, but obviously the Midoriya didn't really get to do a whole lot that game, especially with the
Well,
speed at which it wants to play.
yeah, I think you're onto something with the attacking backup. So often, players just choose not to attack backups, but
Well,
it's free
which backups are
momentum.
you gonna attack into Hanji one though?
Well,
Well, we've got
this Hanj actually only plays one 4 difficulty backup, and it's the starting
What?
one. Everything else is lower difficulty.
Yeah, the
That's
only
crazy.
backup that was ever not attackable in Hanji was the 9 Titans. All the other printed 4 difficulty backups are pretty lackluster, Bromley.
Whoa.
Again, to the point where we thought that the deck, or at least I'll say I thought the deck was dead when 9 Titans got the ban hammer. So yeah, I mean, it's important to remember that the Hanji's protection only
It's only
extends to
fours.
printed 4
Ooh,
difficulty Titan backups.
and an Animus shot coming in to take down the 4 difficulty one.
Yeah, and that was always an answer to the 9 Titans or any 4 difficulty backup that Hanji had. So absolutely, we've got the tools for the job. Deku going first here, getting the anima shot. Probably gonna have a much better time in this game, especially since Hanji didn't even build any backups from hand. We built 5 foundations, which I don't think I've ever seen a Hanji Zoe do in my life.
Yeah, I struggle to think of a time where that happened either. Um, but catch me up though. What did I miss in game one?
You missed Rock Barrage into double Titan Pile to put Deku at single digits. And then on turn 3, they resolved the Falling Titans about 4 times, I want to say, to end the game.
And a lot of unyielding destructions.
Nope, this is the first unyielding we're seeing in the match. I had just told you every single attack that got played in game 1.
Oh,
Like that was all.
All
I
right,
literally just told you like every play that happened in game 1, basically.
Okay,
Was
I'll
Rock
take that.
Barrage, commit your stage, Titan Pile, pass the turn, Falling Titans, Falling Titans, Falling Titans, Falling Titans.
That's so funny. Well, yeah,
So
Falling Titans will be doing the thing. Yeah, and so this is this is the thing that I that frustrates me about unyielding is that sometimes your opponent, your opponent goes second and they're like, oh, double build, huh? Unyielding build. And you're like, oh man, now I went second with a bad build.
would I, would it make it better if I told you that that was its intended purpose? Its intended purpose is to discourage you from double building.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I think its intended purpose was to say um oh what it was rumbling part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
It is
certainly is.
interesting to me that we have a card. We have like the rumbling that um doesn't just destroy everything. And then we have a card that is not called the rumbling that is really good at destroying almost everything. You know,
Right. Right.
the effective board reset slash board wipe is not the rumbling. Did end up being kind of weird to me, but the rumbling is a pretty strong card, and that was one of those attacks that people talked about bringing out to play now that sweeping daggers is banned. But I got to be honest, Bromley, I didn't see too many high difficulty attacks throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even with sweeping daggers gone, a lot of people realize that people are going to try to come at them early, and if you're, coming at them early, you're not going to be able to resolve your 11 or 13 difficulty attacks.
Right. And kind of poignant is I think more important than sweeping daggers personally, just because it's available to literally every deck. You're not going to be playing 11 difficulty cards while filled with doubt is legal. So until filled with doubt gets banned or there's they increase the difficulty on it, I don't want to play an 11 difficulty move that gets countered by a 2 difficulty action.
Yeah, that's
At least with sweeping daggers, I didn't pay for the attack, right? Like sweeping daggers, yeah, it sucks to have it used against me, but I can use my own answers and defenses against sweeping daggers, and it's still just a 5 mid for 4. But filled with doubt makes you pay for the attack, and then you get to hand trap the opponent. And we typically see bigger swings in tempo from the filled with doubt. Like here, filled with doubt saved our Grisha's attack titan, which is basically like keeping an attack in our hand, right? Because that form sacrifice to go pick up any fury attack is super strong. And we now see the Titan pile get checked. So now Grishas has a target, but we chose to commit it to pass our attack.
this. This card looks like it's actually just a blank sleeve. It's this
I
unyielding.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
said.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. This is Beast Titans Rocks file. Okay, okay.
The
Thank you.
first time it was Rock Barrage, the second time it was Falling Titans, and we couldn't tell until he bounced it back to hand.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Or you can tell when he builds the Grisha's attack titan, and that
Yeah,
one's
no
Rock
more, no
Barrage.
more obsidian rares. I would like porcelain rares, please.
Porcelain rares. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know we have the pearls, but I want porcelain. I want it to be as visible as a toilet.
I actually like porcelain as an aesthetic, so you don't gotta tug on my arm too hard.
I, I won't my porcelain prince.
I don't don't call me that. But
Sorry.
I did once make an entire fantasy setting where like the ruling class values like porcelain, as like their like
That's their gold.
material. Yeah, like that's their hallmark is they build things out of porcelain, and they have fair white skin that's considered similar to the porcelain and stuff. So
Whoa, another violent animus shot, getting another um, another one of these filled with doubts.
this is the third anime shot, right?
Yes. So
Yeah, so this entire game has basically just been anime shot, and it's about 50-50 on whether or not it gets sealed.
And I think that is the third and final one for this cycle at the very least,
Yeah,
because
I think I don't think
the,
we were maxed out on the
yeah,
copies.
there were only three in the sideboard. There was a Mondo Gecko in the sideboard though. God bless.
Ooh,
Love to
we
see
love
Mondo
Mondo
Gecko.
Gecko.
He's a good boy.
He's Mondo cool.
Okay, and so this is filled with doubt. No, sorry. This is not filled with doubt. There's just so many of these silly Willy cards. This one is the one with Levi's face, filled with retribution,
Driven
driven,
by retribution.
driven by. I just have filled with doubt in my head. Driven by
Yeah, well,
retribution.
that has been most of what's happening in this game, so
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
yeah. So
But
one of those violent animus just shots gone for all time. Um, did he attack a backup with it, or were we going for face?
I believe we were going for face. I believe the
Dang,
idea was we were gonna go face and remove a backup, but then it got sealed.
interesting.
Um, Now what's interesting here is we had double Grisha's attack Titan, which means we had potentially double Titan pile, but we did not choose to activate them and attack this turn, which tells me we gotta wait for Beast Titan's Rock Barrage. We gotta wait for something that's gonna clear the way for our Fury attacks to actually deal some damage because unlike game one, our Deku player is pretty well established here. We've got a decent stage and we've got some heroic passions and we're gonna get some card draw going here, and now we're gonna get a pretty nice poke.
And this is off of a Wingnuts
Wingnut sabotage.
sabotage. Is it? I wanted to say warning because it's alliterative, and alliteration is good, but it is sabotage.
I've done some alliteration gaming in my time. Yeah, Wingnuts warning would be good, but I think that's the one diff. But I could
Yes.
be wrong.
Yeah, I think you're correct. That's the one that gives breaker 1 to an attack at
Yeah,
response
absolutely.
speed.
And it has breaker one. That card is actually super cool. That's one of my favorites. But
Mm.
Wingnut Sabotage, admittedly, not one of my favorites. Why? Because it has a big stinky static on it that just says the rival doesn't get to play enhance abilities. So it functions as a one-sided flash attack. And this is the card that people are basically expecting to replace Phantom Threat once it rotates next year as the win condition for the Deku deck. And it's got a little bit of different upside compared to Phantom Threat. Lower difficulty might matter, being able to answer a rival asset could be different. But the lack of powerful and the lack of additional speed pump really makes it seem like a backup plan to your phantom threats.
Yeah, I think it of all of the attacks in the deck, right? People point to Fajin, people point to Goblin Bolt. But Goblin Bolt is rarely the one that's wearing the stats. It's what's played before you play the thing that's going to be wearing the stats. I think Weenuts Sabotage is the one that really, really scares me because a lot of the resets that are available to people are played during the enhanced step, and so I'm perpetually surprised that there's only ever a couple copies in the Midoriya decks. And another build turn.
Yeah, the wingnut sabotage compared to phantom threat, it takes I guess less work. It has like a little less upside overall, but it also just kind of requires less work. You don't have to get a bunch of different bonuses to get the part where your rival doesn't get to play the game with you during the enhanced step. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if there's a world where like post rotation the Deku decks end up better because they stop fooling around with like how Phantom Threat works and start, using Wingnut Sabotage as a four of to generate value. Because if I can enter the enhanced step and I can do all my card draw abilities and you don't get to do any of your abilities, that sounds like it could be on par with something like a hang 10 to try and generate, additional value. You wouldn't be able to draw as many cards, obviously, as like a hang 10, but you would deny rival interaction to help their, improve their board state.
So at this point, we've used all three of the driven by retributions that we had, and we've also used our wow, and it's actually kind of crazy to me that with Hanji we ended up using or using the desperate struggle instead of the um not now I'm gaming. Is that unless that's not a not now I'm gaming? Is that my fist solve my problems? It
That's
is
my
my fist.
fist solve my problems. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Dang. Well, I guess you need to
Which,
have the all symbol for for not now I'm gaming. But now
yeah.
not now I'm gaming is one of the coolest answers to Midoriya. Um and unless they have incredible display there's almost no way for them to answer it, you know?
Yeah, my fist solve my problems was one of the reasons I wanted to play Hanji in Atlanta though, I kept looking and seeing like the fire symbol has all these great answers to threats within the metagame. Forcing surrender for equipment heist decks, driven by retribution. People mention it as a anti-equipment heist card, but that is just a solid defensive card. Like that is just an incredibly solid defensive retribution effect against pretty much any deck.
Oh yeah,
And
there's so many cards that have over 4 speed printed.
yeah, and then you throw on top of it cards like Barrier Shield to bail you out of really nasty situations, and cards like, my Fist Solve My Problem, which are basically like a uniquely Deku answer. I don't think there's too many decks where you're trying to pile your stats on at response speed, but this is
Hanji?
definitely one of them.
Hanji's a situation where they can get speed and damage before the enhanced step.
That's true. That's true. The +2 speed can get countered by my fist solve my problems.
But it
Um,
looks like now that we're gonna go to the cycle, we're just picking up all of those attacks before
Smart.
we
Before the cycle, before we lose all those targets, stockpile the Titan piles, and now we've got Beast Titan attacks. Okay, this is where I expect Hanji to actually find the win this late in the game. Beast Titan attacks can become a throw, and once it shifts into your stage, we can use it to add ranged attacks to our hand, which of course Beast Titan attacks is a ranged attack.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, with 3 Grishas, I think that you could pick up enough Titan piles to go for the win on, at this late in the game.
You would
But,
think, but I don't think that's true. I think Deku would actually be able to defend against that.
I mean, I'm looking at this board, and there's, a moment of normalcy. I see a nice try, uh, a hand's in the way for me to be
Yeah.
able to see the rest of it. Well, a lot of those unyieldings are gone. Um, but it looks what are our defiant stances gonna be doing? The convenient timing also isn't gonna be doing much for us defensively. I don't like
That's true.
you can flash one, you can cape another, but from there you're on checks and blocks and speed manipulation, right? And so yeah, the cape is gone, but we picked up 2 attacks. I think they were both Titan piles. This is a rock barrage? Yeah,
Yeah, this should be a rock barrage.
which I assume will be flashed.
Yeah, maybe the stage isn't looking quite as good as I thought, especially with the threat of things like rock barrage, right? I was talking about how we were kind of waiting and sculpting for those rock barrages earlier to give us the opportunity to potentially, wade through the defenses of Midoriya. But um, at the end of the day, Titan Pile is not a clever strategy. It's
No, it's
not.
brute force.
Yeah, it is about as brute force as you can get. It is name a keyword, get bonus damage for keyword, and that keyword is Titan on your backups. So I guess it's keyword and a card type specifically in your stage, but you know, it it'll be interesting to see what cards are in Deku's hand because sometimes sometimes you just don't draw 4 high blocks, Bromley. Sometimes you can have all the knowledge in the world and your deck doesn't give you the cards to adequately defend yourself.
Yeah, I mean, these ones are gonna be until we, unless we sacrifice some of these backups, right? They're gonna be getting 8 damage. So this is a 7 high 12 at the moment
Yeah, okay, yeah, that is I was gonna say the
because
Genghis
King.
Frog adds 3 damage
Oh,
instead of
sure, sure.
2.
Oh, okay, sorry. I
He's an
thought this.
honorary Titan. He's
He's
actually
he's even better than a
yeah,
Titan.
he's actually even better
Okay,
than a
so
Titan.
yeah, it's for 15, easy peasy.
Yeah, things
Uh,
certainly do seem pretty simple when you are swinging for half your rival's health total minimum. Um,
wow, and so we ended up using these 2 to 3 meteor titans, I think, are what these are. They give
there one of them is rank of Titans, the other is 2 to 3 meter Titans.
okay,
I think that
and
one's 2 to 3 meter Titans.
yeah, the 2 to 3 meter titans give the attack 2 speed, and I think Hanj also
Yes.
gives more speed on top of that. Am I wrong?
Hanji gives 2 speed when you commit the
Oh,
backup
commit the
to
best
pass
check.
the check.
Oh, okay, just a pet. Okay, so you're not getting 4 speed out of them. I was like, well, what if she gives it? Would you,
No, yeah,
whenever
it's
you
not the
commit one?
mimic rule. No, you don't get to mimic it. I will
Okay,
say I didn't play the speed pumping ones because of the block zones, and the
mm,
Hanji deck it feels very restrictive. It feels like you want to have, a minimum 60 deck because y- the deck is really, really defined
okay. We need to
by
check a 5 here. I think.
singular interaction pieces.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought we had the. I thought we had the third Titan pile.
I thought we did have it, and we're just not choosing to play it because you can only commit one backup per check. So Hanji with only 2 foundations ready and one
Well,
backup means at best we could pass something on an
at,
8.
at that at that time, it had three foundations and a backup,
3,
so you
okay.
could have checked the 5 and tapped everything for it.
Interesting.
But I
Yeah,
think
I
we
mean,
just
when it would look like a check a 5 to win type scenario, but we're gonna leave Deku at 3 health. Deku's gotta make something happen here though, because we know the threat of throws exists within the Hanj deck, and I don't think we've seen any throw hate from Deku yet. So
so
if Deku can't
heroes upbringing used on the second Midoriya ability, which means that we're only getting 6/6 for this
yeah,
turn, basically, right?
that's so rough. That's probably gonna be a game-winning response here if I had to guess. That hero's upbringing might have just won Hanji the game and subsequently the entire regional.
It might be the pivotal moment. Is this an alt art hang 10? Is that what this is?
Yes. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
It's definitely a TMNT alt art, and that would be the only applicable one. So yes.
Okay.
By deductive reasoning.
Yeah, I didn't realize it had one. Well, okay, that one means we get to maybe draw into some more gas. I mean, even if you don't have uh the Deku ability, you can still use a Phantom Thread's powerful just because it's going to be tough for Hanji to block at all.
Correct. Yeah, and but this is a good example of where I think the sweeping daggers ban really kind of comes into play here. Granted, the Hanji decks don't have a lot of great targets for sweeping daggers, but this is exactly the kind of game where having sweeping daggers as a versatile four diff can give you a lot of leeway. But I looks like you were right. Looks like Phantom Threat was the answer.
Yeah, just slamming 5 difficulties for printed stats when your opponent can't block ends up being enough sometimes.
Yeah, and
Wow.
that shows you the value of while the Deku deck is exemplified, right? We know its identity as excuse me, a one shot, one hit KO deck. Being able to whittle Hanji down to a lower life total was integral to our game plan there because without dealing that additional damage and generating that momentum from what I'll say is a quote unquote normal offense, normal poke turns, we would not have been able to close out the game through getting our characters sealed. So really cool stuff, but don't ever forget that the Deku deck is just sometimes a really solid, or can play just like a really solid string with decent attacks.
It's possible. It's
Yeah,
possible. They don't have to just kill you.
it's possible to be normal with the Deku deck.
All right. So we're gonna go into the final a game of this tournament. What's looking back, do you have any cool moments that you think were the sort of the best of this tournament?
Oh, I mean, so honestly, the one that first comes to mind was the Koenma's task with one card left in deck. That jumped to my mind immediately as soon as you said that. So I gotta go with Koenma's task.
All right. I think that I also like the Koenmas because that's
Uh,
my boy. That's my son. Koenma is a fun card.
it is. Yeah, it's a cool card. It's cool when the reprint cards, are solid, but they're not like overbearing. And I think Koenma's task has definitely fit that mold. It's been like a really strong, interaction with the action cancel. And then the once in a blue moon when you see the form, it's always like super cool. So that one was up there. Seeing the Hanji Zoe 14th, or is it 13th? No, it's 14th commander of the Survey Corps, the 723 character with life and order. I thought that
Mhm.
deck was really cool. We didn't really get to watch it do cool stuff because Filled with Doubt kept sealing all the cards that it played. But
Mm.
um, yeah, I thought that deck was really sweet, and it like the one turn it got to pop off, I was really happy with it.
Yeah, well, I got excited when I saw that Hanji was in Top Cuts, and I thought, oh, was it the Hanji 3? And not that I was disappointed to see somebody make Top Cut, but I was momentarily, uh, 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 disappointed because I thought that we had this cool character fight their way back. But here, okay,
Yeah.
here we see Deku's going to be doing the old turn two flippy flippy,
Mhm.
two infinite potentials, huh?
Yeah, gotta force him into that Airy Smiles game plan.
Yeah, that card, um, I think does a huge amount for Deku in terms of like supporting his one defensive trick.
Yeah. It's funny too because I do wonder if he's ever actually activated um you can't do it with infinite potential, but it did make me think of it. I wonder if he's ever actually changed the zone on Phantom Threat with this Deku deck and like been able to send it to momentum. Infinite potentials after your rival plays an attack, you get to change the zone, but that those two things together did make me think of that.
Hmm. I mean, can you Phantom Threat can't change its own zone, right?
No, you can't.
You have to have some other
You have
input.
to, yeah, you have to find probably the most likely the way it would happen is your rival would be changing the zone to try and like showdown or area you.
Right, right.
But I do wonder if it's come up, I do wonder.
Oh, another barrage.
That being said, this is starting to look like things were getting deeper than Hanji typically wants. We saw a couple of fast build turns, and I was about to remark on how this is kind of going Deku's way for game 3. But double rock barrage is definitely a good way to get the party started, especially when your rival's gonna flash the first one anyways. And we saw rock barrage be pretty integral to this deck's success. You typically can't land the Titan piles these days without clearing out the rival stage. So, um, I definitely, with the Grisha's attack Titan in stage, I definitely expect to see a Titan pile follow this one up.
I will assume though that because infinite potential got used, that we have a there it is,
Yep,
an
the
airy
Aries smile
smile.
block.
Yeah, and I like that he used it second as opposed to first.
Correct. Yeah. Well, and yeah, the first one, the first attack, we got the flash. So really, with Rock Barrage, it's the text that you're worried about. It's those blitz abilities, not so much the speed and or the damage. But I like the airy smiles here because while it does block Titan Pile, it's much harder to block Titan Pile than it is to block a 3 speed move.
Right.
And I think that jamming the rival up and kind of getting to, play it safe, basically, I think was the right call there rather than trying to just block the a potential Titan pile.
Yeah, I liked it. Okay, let's see if we have the Filled with Doubt. Is it the only card we had in hand? Yep.
It is, yeah. It's a Hanji deck. That is the one card they hold.
Yeah. It's
Which,
funny how defensively that's kind of similar to what Deku does.
right, yeah, it's. I think that's very much how it's very much how the format is structured. I think that's how our metagame is structured. I've talked about how in the Mikasa deck, the card you want to filled without is Anchor Toss because you don't need to block it because of how small it is compared to other cards. So
Right.
when you're trying to play defense right now in this format, you want to, one for one as much as possible. You want to use one card for one attack instead of having to filled without and block, right? We've seen many times where players, they filled without, and then later on in the turn when they try to block 2 times, that progressive difficulty comes back to bite them. So um typically, you hold filled without and then you DR attacks, you damage reduce, but uh Nine Tines was a big part of that damage reduction before, so it's way more risky now for Hanji to play that same game plan of I only care about negating your text, and not worrying about your stats because now the stats are a lot more threatening.
Oh man, the Hang Ten's gone. Rest in peace, Hang Ten. I think hitting the cape, the cape of no return, is a pretty big deal. And sorry, I was a little lost in the sauce looking at all of the like random tech that's in this Hanji deck.
Yeah,
Um,
Rocco definitely choosing to play a lot more different types of interaction rather than like tunnel visioning on the impactful unique foundations, which is very cool to see. It's very nice to see like that adaptation. We also see the 4 difficulty foundation here, which gives you amazing selection. One of the things that life symbol and fire symbol both kind of struggle with is drawing cards, card advantage. Fire has ways to cycle through the deck, but not really ways to get actual advantage. And it has like fake card draw, where you can play
right.
cards from other zones sometimes. But actually, just adding cards to hand is kind of difficult. And you know, the Hanji Zoe decks used to rely on meeting Hanji to basically discard a backup and draw 3 cards. But now they're just milling 2 cards and picking one of them to add to their hand. And if you're up against Deku and the game has gone late, you get to add both cards to your hand.
Oh, that's a very good point. Oh, plays a Titan pile, checks the Titan pile. Uh, I don't. I feel like this is not the one to flash.
No, this is definitely not the one to flash. This is, typically like we just talked about, right? Like flashing, you're trying to solve the text on the card, and the text on Titan Pile is just stats. And Deku is really good at handling the stats on this attack.
Yeah, I yeah I think I think that you will have to hold it for later. We do have an Airy Smiles and a Chimera Kraken, which both have the high zone.
Mhm.
And yeah, there we see the early Airy Smile this time. Are we going to build it in with oh, not Desperate Struggle. What the heck?
Desperate plea.
Desperate Plea.
Yep, you
Okay.
get to build your block face up or face down. We're gonna have to play a non-attack card, but I have to assume that if we were gonna lead off with a Titan pile that we'd have some more attacks to be played here. And
This one looks like Falling Titans.
yeah, what's interesting is I think this is a Falling Titans on an 8,
Yeah.
which if we're gonna try to repeatedly play this on an 8, I am gonna be very confused. And you know what? We're not even gonna get the option.
Yeah,
Interesting
so
stuff.
we had our own filled with doubt.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is one I want to filled with doubt other than I guess potentially the rival gets to shift it, right? So we're preventing the shift so it can't be recycled for later. Because once Falling Titan shifts and becomes a foundation in our stage, it does have an enhance to just add it back to your hand because this card is all about adding itself back to your hand, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, respecting the Anya Kapan, uh, the
Yeah,
ability to make it be on 7s instead of 8s, because that is a very big board on the side of
that's true.
Rocco.
And we did see Falling Titans close out game 1 for us, but that was from like 15-ish health, not from 29.
Sure, sure.
But Deku's got the world's biggest stage. Um, if there's a Phantom Threat in hand, it's gonna be turned sideways. Yep, immediately jamming the Heroic Passion and the Defiant Stance.
So, I mean, with the amount of resets on Rocco's board, I guess there's only one Desperate Struggle left, but there is
Yeah.
still um, it looks like one copy of My Fists Solve My Problems, two Radiant
Okay.
Visages, and a Desperate Struggle to fight through at response speed.
And we see military airship being built now. So yeah, pretty much a staple one of and just about every deck. I'm sure there's a deck where it's wrong to put it in, but I don't know if I found it yet.
Yeah, I mean, even just being able to reuse your defensive tools is
Yeah.
a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I would say one of the most commonly picked up cards with military airship is actually just filled without.
Yep.
You almost always want to filled without the first attack. And if you can, do it without actually using up all of your filled without, like that's pretty good.
I like that the judge moved his hand to differentiate it from the foundations, and then Kevin moved his
Correct.
face
Yeah.
stones closer to his hand. I mean, I think he's doing a good job marking it, but it is funny.
Yeah.
All right, opening with another Titan pile. I'll assume that after this, the Grishas is going to be used because we're getting pretty thin on deck. But yeah, we're counting here. We got 2, 4, 6 plus the Genghis Frog is 9 damage on a 4 damage move. Did not tap any uh backup, so it's just 5 speed at the moment. It's just for 13, Kevin.
Just a casual 13. You can take 13, can't you?
Yeah, come on. Oh, I guess I'll add this Titan pile to my hand. And this other. Oh, right, because we have so many foundations that it just draws 2
Yeah. Yeah, you just
at
get to
that
add
point you
both. Now,
mentioned. Yeah.
granted, it does bother me personally that my rival gets to see what both of those cards are. I
No,
think that
it's a bonus.
it's a bonus. Yeah, it's the extra foreshadowing. All right. Well, here's Titan pile number 2. I would not be surprised if there is a Titan pile number 3 coming after this.
At the very least, we could certainly go grab a third one from our discard pile with the Grisha's Attack Titan. Really curious that that one is not unique.
Little bit, yeah. There was some argument about the flavor of it not being unique, but most of it went over my head. I still think it's interesting that the Grisha's Attack Titan doesn't spend stamina. it just straight up sacrifices itself, which
Right.
is different, but also not necessarily. So the flavor on Attack on Titans is a little elusive for me.
Okay, and there we see a moment of rest being used to reset the speed, it looks like,
Huh.
of the
We
Titan
sure
tile.
we sure are committing a lot of cards to be able to block these though. This is
It's okay.
making a lot.
He's still got 9 foundations plus phase.
Yeah, we're making a lot of leeway into the Deku stage that a lot of decks really otherwise wouldn't. However, there's still so many cards in our Deku stage here.
Quick, make it high.
Yeah, definitely wish we had a second Airy Smiles at this point, I bet.
Yeah.
The real
I
question
think
is these as we're sacrificing backups. I know the Genghis Frog does a lot here, but as we use the Grisha's Attack Titan to pick up Titan piles, that is less damage that each Titan pile will do. We got down to only 2 Titan backups in our stage, it looks like, plus the Genghis Frog. So those were only plus 7 damage. 11 damage Titan piles is solid. It's good, but it's not the earth-shattering offense that, got us to this grand finals in the first place.
yeah, it's definitely kind of like, do you have enough blocks for this? Like, which ones did you hold?
Yeah.
Um, and we're seeing, oh, oh boy, yeah. As is customary, I show you violent anima shot, you show me moment of rest. This time though, it's got
Filled
plus
with doubt.
9 on it.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah. My bad. Filled with doubt. I'm
Moment
filled
of
with
rest. Moment of rest. Is that
that's the
the
reset
seventh?
board.
Is that the seventh cross promo?
Is am I really? I thought the moment of rest was the reset. Moment of normalcy.
That's moment
Goodness
of
gracious.
normalcy.
It's not my fault that the naming convention for this game is identical across, 9
Yeah,
years
true.
of gameplay.
What's funny is they almost never have functional identity either. That's what's crazy to me. Is like all the cards that share names, unless it's like specifically like a My Hero
A reprint.
Academia quirk, they don't share like a mechanical identity, even though they use the same wording.
I, so, okay. Are we equipped to deal with a 9/9? Yes. We have our moment of normalcy to reset the speed. We also have the desperate struggle to chew through, and we have my fist solve my problems. And I think that it is the smart play to use the reusable, tool before we punch through the other ones. But
So I think low key, I think once we sealed that attack, I think we were actually okay to just take it. I think it was more risky to block it there than to just take the attack. But considering the fact that our rival didn't have a follow up, I'm wrong. They're right. You should listen to the players who are in grand finals, not me. Um, but yeah, that was kind of my read on it. Was that it might have actually been a little riskier to block that there when you don't suffer the on damage response, right? Because it's sealed.
right.
So, but we get yet another turn for this Hanji deck. And now we see the Beast Titan attacks coming in. I would be pretty shocked if this one doesn't get flashed, if only because flashing it prevents it from becoming a throw. And I would be even more shocked if it doesn't get flashed and doesn't become a throw.
I think it just became a throw. So you would be correct.
I'm half shocked. I'm shocked we got that far, but yeah, I'm very much expecting this one to become a throw. This was actually, um, I think my favorite way to play Hanji. I did choose Titan Pile over Beast Titan attacks. For my main board strategy, I only had one Beast Titan attacks in my main board, but I cited 3 copies for matchups like this where I didn't necessarily expect Titan Pile to be an all-star at every part of the game. I still think Titan Pile is very necessary for this matchup for, like, the early turns, when they can't deal with, just the 7 high for a million damage, but closing games out by having a throw that at the time I could double the damage on felt
Right.
really, really reliable. Now, of course, without 9 Titans throughout the ages, you gotta work a little bit harder for that damage. We're gonna be here a few more turns probably, but,
Yeah,
um,
it's only an 11 damage throw now, so I mean,
yeah, it's
is it
exactly. Yeah, the
is it
Genghis
even worth
Frog is
playing?
helping a lot, huh? Genghis Frog doing the Lord's work there. But yeah, so it's gonna be a little bit more grindy if we take 6 at a time instead of taking like 11 at a time.
I'm wondering how much deadlock is in these decks.
I'm gonna guess basically next to 0.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
we know about Special Forces Elite, which has a deadlock response to cancel a rival's response that's only usable during your own turn.
right.
Um, but other than that, I don't think I've seen any other deadlock. Oh, there's Loyalty of a Friend, I think is the foundation that gives minus damage for backups. That one turns into like +2 speed for each backup or something like that in deadlock.
Yeah.
So there is that one. There is like the classic if you if you get to late game deadlock, this card gets cartoonish speed. Um, that one typically gives like 18 speedish. So
Certainly with this board, it would.
yeah, because that one should be for every backup, not
It
just Titan
is.
backups. So it should count the Onyakopones, the Hitches, you know.
Yeah, I think the loyalty of a friend is on both phases of it, just backup.
Yeah. So at some point, the filled withouts have to like be accounted for, right? At some point, we will have used them, cycled them. They'll be in the discard pile. They'll
Yeah, and you'll
be
be able to chew through a couple of them. Whew, that's a fast move. We got, I think, +6/+6. No, 9/9 because the defiant stances are also tapped, and we got 3 momentum. So this is a 9 mid for 16 at the moment. Moment of normalcy, gonna reset it to 0. Again, like just kind of going through the motions. I will use my reusable thing.
right.
Oh,
Every turn, you will commit these cards to draw cards, and every turn, I will commit this one card to be able to not take damage from it.
yeah. So it looks like we reset the damage and then used that loyalty of a friend um to reset the damage. But now we can see using military airship to grab the 0 damage attack and likely gonna put more onto this Fajin. And I at some point you gotta chew through some of these resets, right? You gotta play more than one move so you can get the
Correct. Yeah.
yeah, and finally gonna be attacking a backup. We're attacking the Beast Titan.
Which that makes perfect sense when you attack the Beast Titan attacks. You are basically denying the rival an additional attack on their next turn. And again, at this stage in the game, I really feel like Beast Titan attacks being a large throw is your most valuable attack. It's your most valuable tool in your toolbox at this moment. So um, definitely agree with the decision to try and attack the Beast Titan backup in stage. But there is a good chunk of damage reduction, and Deku has to prepay for his damage bonuses, right? You
Yeah.
can't really decide later that oops, that wasn't enough. I need more damage bump.
Yeah, and kind of crucially, he ended up having to use his moment of normalcy um offensively.
Ooh, that is pretty big, especially when you've got these Titan piles that yeah, they're big and they're scary, but if you reset them down to 4 damage, again, stats are the only thing they do. So if you solve the stat issue of the big damage, you can easily commit a foundation and take 4 and feel pretty good despite being at a relatively low health total.
Yeah. Every single one of these the Titan piles will be lethal.
Yeah.
The kind of crucial thing there though is that we have to draw them naturally. There's no tutoring on board at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like at least one of the Grishas is cycled there in the RFG, but we do have what I believe is a Beast Titans Rock Barrage coming in to build
Oh, there it is.
Grishas.
Okay.
Yeah, so every Rock Barrage is actually a copy of Titan Pile. You have to remember
My bad, my bad, my bad.
that.
Yeah, my foot in my mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. And every copy of Beast Titan Attacks is actually a second copy of Beast Titan Attacks.
Hmm. So, do you think Midoriya is sufficiently exposed right now?
Sufficiently no, but I do think that he is um probably weaker than it appears. I do think that there is some angles that we can use to get in, especially at the very least. I think he might be weaker, considering we have a targeted commit ability being resolved, right? Like that
Right.
is a big part of it. Um, but like pre Rock Barrage being played, I would feel great if I was Deku, despite having 10 committed foundation. He has like deadlock committed foundations.
Right, but with no reset on board, there's access to loyalty of our friends, deadlock, and okay, we'll just pick up these two backups. And hitch. So there's just like a lot of damage that could go onto kind of randomly onto not even a Titan pile, which would I think like I would just use it here. And force Midoriya to use all of their goods.
Yeah, luckily Hitch is max 5, right? Is it max 4 or max 5?
It's max 5, but
Yeah.
loyalty of your friend has no max.
True. Loyalty of a friend with the deadlock and everything. No max at all on that one. But
Yeah.
yeah, can you imagine it with this board state if Hitch just actually gave, +7, +8 damage?
All right, here we go. Titan pile number 1. That one's on a 5. You don't have to tap anything because you made the
Because
first
you own
one.
Yakapone, yep.
Yep.
Which I gotta be, not to be like corny about it, but that is one of the more annoying things about playing the Hanji Zoe deck is you naturally play Titans under orders, which is a 6 check.
Right.
If you're playing the life version, you have like other 6 checks, and this is theoretically a deck where you don't want to check too good. And the way that you sequence cards can be the difference. I mean, shout outs to what was it, Nationals 2022, Tokoyami versus Jiro. Tokoyami has -1 damage on his character ability, and all Jiro has to do is remember to play one foundation in front of their attack to get one extra bonus damage, and it didn't happen, right? So little things like that, little sequencing is where the beauty of UniVersus lies.
So and we remembered the loyalty of a friend's deadlock, and it got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 speed.
Yeah, bazooka speed, yeah.
Yeah. I think Midoriya doesn't have an answer. There it is.
No, there's the handshake. It's gonna be the deadlock from loyalty of a friend that takes down the EU regional. Absolutely amazing stuff. Bromley, in 100 years, in a million years, would you have guessed Hanji Zoe was winning this event immediately after the ban list?
Um, man, I don't know. If you told me to call my shot, I would have said literally, I do not know. So I wouldn't have been able to make a call at all because I just I so much of my energy and time went into understanding the format pre-ban, and
Right.
I didn't have enough games or watching games to know if the ban list was going to be effective. Did I think that Hanji relied on the Nine Titans to an extreme degree? No. Or yes, sorry. I thought that the death of Nine Titans would be the death of the deck, or at the very least, knock it down enough that it wouldn't be able to win. So, sorry, short, succinct version. No world would I say. Yeah, Hanji's taking this down.
Yeah, I mean, and of all the decks that we would have picked, that got hit or touched post ban list, Devil Jin obviously is still really good. We saw Devil Jin convert here today. It
Mhm.
looks like the new threat in the format might actually be Mikasa Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope, finally getting their time to shine. Mikasa showed up in spades at this event, 3 into top 8. Absolutely amazing conversion rate. We saw Rodan. Rodan is Rodan. Rodan ain't stopped being Rodan. And we saw Deku almost win back-to-back EU regionals, which that would have been honestly maybe. I don't know if that's a more amazing story, if only because we already had Andrew Porat kind of win, he won back-to-back North American regionals. But as amazing of a story as Hanji winning would have been the Deku back-to-back, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Midoriya being untouched certainly helped him, right? And he was already one of the boogeymen of the format, right? A lot of decks really struggle to get past the first flash where they're just, I really need this move. But we saw in that turn, Deku was afraid to use the flash, right?
Yeah.
They were waiting to use it on a later move. And so sometimes you just have so many threats that the decision is theirs and you win because of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that twice now, right? When Calvin Tahan won, I believe Corey Nelson still had access to the Deku Flash, but they got killed by a move in the interim. And granted, if you use the Deku Flash on that attack, and they save the loyalty of a friend for basically anything else after that,
Oh
you
yeah, it's
know,
so done.
you're
Yeah.
gonna end up with the same result. So,
Yeah.
um, either way, absolutely amazing plays all throughout the weekend. We had some awesome times. We both talked about the Koenma's task was really cool. We saw some really unique decks. We even managed to get Overhaul on stream at one point. So a lot of amazing things. I had a ton of fun. Is there anything I'm forgetting? We got Guilty Gear coming out soon. Guilty Gear pre-releases were happening in the UK. I'm sure we're all very jealous of them getting their hands on those beautiful Guilty Gear cards. And hopefully your pre-releases are coming up this weekend. Um, I don't think we forgot anything though.
No, I mean, only thing we forgot to say was congratulations to Rocco for
Oh,
taking down this regional. A really, really great play. I think his deck is very cool. I like that we were dealing with a lot of target snipe, so we're not over relying on uniques. We're relying a lot on those consistent board threats that can be layered, right? Multiple Driven by Retribution, multiple Radiant Visages, multiple My Fist Solve My Problems, multiple One Man Infernos, and things like that. And I think that it paid off, right? Playing Desperate Struggle is something that a lot of decks aren't doing, but because that one isn't unique, it means you can stack multiple on top of each other. And so, where some decks might have played 2 copies of Moment Normalcy and maybe 1 copy of Desperate Struggle, he opted to play 3 of it and 1 of the Moment of Normalcy because we want to have more of these answers than our opponent has answers for our answers. And it paid off. I think that more than anything defined that last game because Midoriya had no way to chew through the amount of resets that were on Rocco's board. I know that the game ended because of the Titan pile, but it continued because we had several different layers of resets on the board, and a deck like Midoriya puts all those eggs in one basket. And so having that many answers is really cool.
yeah. All I can say is this whole weekend we had excellent games, we had excellent players, and I had an excellent time watching it. And I hope you at home did as well. So next up, we've got the Rochester Regional. That's December 21st, I believe, 21st, 22nd, somewhere in that region. I'm gonna be there. You gonna be there, Bromley?
I can't. I have
Oh,
family commitments, unfortunately.
unfortunate, but I'm gonna be there. I hope to see you guys there. And if you're not, you can of course tune in and watch on twitch.tv or youtube.com/UniVersusCCG. I'm Sam Tate, Christopher Bromley. I've had an absolutely amazing time. I hope you did too. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your weekend out there. Till next time, everyone. Have a great weekend.